Test. Good morning, everybody. I am late. Shout out Andrew for calling me out. Good morning, everybody. Which way? This way? That way. Gotta adjust all the lighting and everything, so give me a sec. Good morning. Let's see. Lighting position. Oh man, oh man. All right. Advanced setting. Exposure. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Is the sound working? Audio check. Audio check. Yep, we're good. Okay. Good day, everybody. Welcome to Sunday, week 11. Sunday, week 11. And we got the Europe game started. Andrew, we'll get to your question in 1 second. Let me just double check. Yeah, all those guys are later. So just give me a second. Well, the game started anyways, I guess, right? Give me a sec to get this all up. Appreciate the understanding on the delays. Every Sunday sending out a newsletter on Sunday mornings, and I did not give myself enough time. To do it before the stream. Thought I did, but did not. I did not. It's okay. So we will update everybody in the game momentarily. I'll get to Andrew's question first and foremost, but I need to get things set up. So appreciate the response. Let me see. Let's see. Put this down. And then I thought I updated things, but it does not look like that is the truth. So I'll have to do that. Let's see. So it's Madrid, right? Spain game. Oh, we gotta call it Spain game. That sounds way cooler. That sounds way cooler. All right. Spain game. So right now 0-0, obviously. Game just started. Well, not obviously, I guess. Sometimes the scoring happens real quick. Commanders versus Dolphins. Get this background updated so it's still not from the Thursday game. Get all that going. Commanders versus Dolphins. Nobody got players from Commanders, probably, unless deeper leagues. 12 team plus. Transparent background. All right, we'll get to commentary in a second and start sit questions. First and foremost, let me just get this stuff updated. It's sounds like I need some coffee. You're here. You are you are right. Here it is. Here's my coffee. Cheers to you. Your son's been choosing violence, waking up at 5. That was my coffee. That laugh. Yeah. I did my email newsletter this morning. Did not give me enough time to get this all set up. Think I can always accomplish more in a time frame than I can, but your son your son's on that cycle right now, huh? You're supposed to be encouraging me. I'm trying to have kids soon, and that's what my wife's like. It's like, no, you're not gonna sleep. So your son's giving it to you this morning, huh? Well, hopefully he gets some rest so you can get some rest. Um, okay, so that was downloaded, I believe. Let me just upload this real quick and then I'll answer your question. Andrew. Okay, here's the Thursday. And then here it goes. Okay, and I'll update the spotlight once there gets some scoring involved, or at least a couple drives through. All right, so your question, Andrew, let's see. Where is that at? It is, I have to pull this up for the defenses and the schedule. Okay, so I got this up, and we got the defenses right here. Okay. All right, so the question being Purdy over Knicks as the quarterbacks, but then Parker Washington, Trey Tucker, or Christian Watson. Okay, so we're taking a deep shot there. Would I start Purdy over Knicks? Probably. I think so. Let me just, look at their matchup. I mean, Knicks can get you the 30-point game, but he's been kind of up and down. So let's see these matchups. We got where is Bo Nix is playing? All right, so we got San Francisco against the Cardinals. San Francisco's defense is not great, so they might score. It's at the Cardinals. So the 49ers could need to score and not just play a run game. Because their defense is just hasn't been holding anybody. So Brissett's been good enough where I think there would be decent scoring in that game. You got the Broncos playing the Chiefs, and the Chiefs are coming off a bye. I think they're coming off a loss too, if I remember correctly. It's at Denver, so that's a plus. Broncos, I don't think have had a bye right yet. So you got the fresh team of the Chiefs, whose defense has been getting better. So yes, I believe I would take the shot on Purdy over Nick's this week, especially against that Chiefs defense. And then the other part to it was all right, so Purdy over Knicks, and then start two for the Parker Washington, Trey Tucker, Christian Washington. So we're benching one of these guys. So we got Parker Washington. We got Trey Tucker going against the Cowboys. Okay. Okay, Christian Watson is going against the. Why can't I find Green Bay's? The Giants. Oh, that's a good one. It's at the Giants. Jameis is starting for the Giants, right? Okay, and then Parker Washington. Ooh. Is also what is BTJ's status? He is where's he at? He's still questionable. Okay. All right, so he's still questionable. Um, so let's look at let's show you the defenses to give you some context and data into what I am thinking. So when it comes to the passing defenses, if you look at the Chargers, so Parker Washington to me is probably like the best player, if that makes sense, or like the best situation and player, right? But we look at the matchup and he has the worst matchup. He has the Chargers who have allowed 9 touchdowns. If you look on the worst matchup column, um, below the Vikings, above the Eagles, Chargers have, 1,900 yards, 9 touchdowns on the season, right? So they're allowing less than a touchdown a game to wide receivers, right? So that is not a good situation to be for upside. Now, you look at the completions, and they do give um not the worst amount. So like maybe if BTJ is out, uh, he could get some PPR value if it's a PPR league. But in terms of yardage, 1,900 yards is not that many yards, right? That's like, uh, what is that? That is, it's less than 200 yards a game, right? So, it's not like the yardage is there. The touchdowns are for sure not there at less than 1 touchdown a game. Um, so I think he has the worst matchup, right? And then when you look at the best matchups, the Cowboys are one of the best matchups. Yes, their defense is getting better. You know, emotionally, it's probably a like stick it to them game, not only coming off a loss, but with the tragedy, you know, on their team. So I don't expect them to be glorious, right? The Cowboys defense, but I do expect them to play with some intensity, I guess. Um, so while they are, you know, on paper better than the Giants defense, let's say, right? Like if you look at the yardage, it's about the same for the Cowboys and Giants, but there's been more touchdowns for the Cowboys, right? But I think, if I were to put a rule of thumb on who has more to play for right now, I would say the Cowboys. So I think both of those are fine matchups, is basically what I'm saying. But not necessarily, you know, uh, the like there might be a little bit more than just the typical run over Cowboys defense is basically what I'm getting at. So matchup wise, I'm going BGJ's expected to be out. Oh, really? Okay. Um, so but still the analysis still stands there. So if he is out, you could expect a little bit more of that PPR uh usage, right? The targets just it would just make sense, but I still stand by the ceiling part not really being there with touchdowns and yardage being uh limited. So when it comes to this, I don't really trust. I'm a Raiders fan, right? And I have a hard time trusting Geno Smith. Um, so for me, it's kind of between Parker Washington and Christian Watson right here, where um, Trey Tucker, he has a good matchup and things like that, but I wouldn't like in this situation. I just don't think he's the safest option. And if you're stretching for upside, right, I think Christian Watson has just as much upside, I would say, in that sense, with the matchup of uh the Giants, right? That's who the the not Bears, the Green Bay Packers are playing. So that's a decent matchup, right? So for me, if I'm looking at my matchup, right, and I'm behind, I'm for sure playing uh Christian Watson, right? If I am uh what's the word? You know, looking for a floor because I'm projected to win by a lot, then Parker Washington I think's a play. Now, the hardest decision is always if it's projected 50-50, right? So if it's projected roughly 50-50. I think here's here's my kind of thoughts on things is that I would lean Parker Washington if I felt like the rest of my roster build I just needed to be more secure. So for most situations, Parker Washington I would still take, just because when we look at the opposing team and I look at the variability of outcomes of what could possibly happen, right? In a sense, for me, the Packers versus the Giants game, there are more game scripts where the Packers can control the football game against the Giants, meaning run the ball, play defense, drain out the clock, and there might be limited passing opportunities. Versus Jaguars versus Chargers, it looks like the Jaguars defense is being diced up through the passing game, and um, recently, and you look at who the Chargers are, being able to score, right? I think there are more game scripts where the Jaguars would need to throw rather than control the opportunity, right? As in like run the football, play defense. Like I think that's more of what the Packers would aim to do rather than the Jags in this matchups, right? So for me, most situations I'm taking Parker Washington. The Christian Watson would make the most sense to me if I am looking for the, 50-yard touchdown, right? Like the big I need more upside. I hope that makes sense. If you have a feeling on Trey Tucker, just go for it, right? Like, at this point, all three of these guys it's not like super, super confidence for me, one over the other. It's just the edge, right? I would say for how I would look at things. So if you need if you have a feeling, go with your gut, essentially, right? But that's who I would play is Parker Washington. Parker Washington in most situations if BTJ is out and I don't need to reach for a ceiling, right? That's how I would basically look at it. Hope that helped, Andrew. Let me just double check. He played against Henderson. Need to do some catch up. Oh, it's going to depend on how Achan finishes this game. Okay. Okay, so let's circle back then in the fourth quarter around that question then, right? But yeah, the thought process will still stands. I hope that helps, Andrew. Everybody, appreciate you. I will get a poll going soon, but if you drop a like, everybody, much, much appreciated. Bob, good morning. How are you? Juwan Jennings, Swift, or White PPR in your Fex pick one? Okay. So is it confirmed Ricky Pearsall? Yeah, I saw expected to play. He's active. Okay. So before that, I really liked Juwan Jennings. This is the Juwan Jennings from the 49ers, right? And he's been playing very well, right? Yet with Ricky Pearsall coming back, Brock Purdy playing, there's two variables for me, okay? Um and while Purdy and Jennings have a connection from the previous year, there's the second variable also of uh, Ricky Pearsall coming in. So there's that many mouths to feed now, right? Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Juwan Jennings. Sorry, I almost said Juwan Johnson. Ricky Pearsall, right? So with you know, the amount of mouse to feeds, the targets could be limited. It could still go where John Jennings is great. So if you're gonna play him based off of the previous usage, just know that there is another shark coming in, essentially Ricky Pearsall, who is having like 100-yard games every game, right? And then Purdy is a switch at quarterback, which we don't know if it's going to be the same connection or we don't know if it's going to be a different connection. So I'm a little off that. So for me, it's kind of between Swift or White. Of course, if you have a feeling for Jennings, just because of the matchup or something like that, then go for it. But I believe his matchup is not the most fantastic. Let me double check because it's Arizona, I believe, right? Yeah, Arizona. Um, so let's look at then the other two. So Swift and I assume White is Rashad White, right? So I'm I'm leaning Swift, but let me just double check the matchups and let me give you my explanations. So, okay, Bears are playing the Vikings. Bucks are playing the Bills. So here's my analysis on the backfield usage. You know, PPR Rashad White does feel like there is a lot of value to be had there. However, you know, the results have not shaken out in that fashion, I would say, of like booming potential recently. So what I mean by that, right, is you have Rashad White and Sean Tucker. If you look at the carries, they're basically splitting carries right now, right? Because I think it's because, the proof is that Sean Tucker is running at a better yardage per carry. Um, so I think that 50-50 split of the rush attempts are basically, as is, or it might even start to lean even more Tucker. The usage of Rashad White in the receiving game is there in the check down sense, but he's not, I would say he's not doing the most with the opportunities, right? So if you look at the yardage versus the points per reception, right? The number of receptions, it's not that high, okay? Um so that's a little bit of a asterisk for me in terms of the uh like usage of Rashad White. Kyle Monangai came through, right? Kyle Monangai came through, and when we saw what they did with the carries, you know, and even through the words uh of Ben Johnson is that they're gonna try to run with the hot hand. So that sounds to me, and it kind of looked like it last week, is uh what's it called? Drive by drive split in terms of the rushing opportunities. And Swift has been pretty good with his rushing opportunities. Right. If you look at the yards per carry and stuff like that, I don't think he's bad, right? He's good. And then the splitting difference is also then does it come down to the receiving usage? And I think DeAndre Swift, while last game was not the most useful, right? You look at both of their usage, they both get used in the passing game, right? Um, and if you go backwards, you could probably justify more of that. Swift has the what's the word? Like the more, I guess, explosiveness, right? Run game. He's getting the yards. So, in terms of who the player is, I'm leaning Swift, right? And then you look at the matchups, pulling up the matchups for rushing defenses here. Um, you know, it's not to me, it's not like any of these teams are scream out sit, right? Scream out, you know, sit defenses. The Bills, you look at their uh wait, not the Bills. Why did I say the Bills? Um the uh the Giants, you look at their rushing defense. It's a great matchup, right? It's a great matchup. Um so that's why there's hold on. Hold on. Am I looking at the wrong week? I might be. I'm definitely looking at the wrong week. Okay, the Vikings. Sorry. My bad. My bad. The Vikings for Swift. The Vikings for Swift. Um we're looking at 1,100 yards a game, so 100 yards, 7 touchdowns, so 3/4 of a touchdown a game. Not fantastic, but not like a screaming sit. Right? Look at the Bucks. There are opportunities for uh rushing touchdowns as the Bills, but let's go backwards to the player profile, right? Rachaad White, does he fit that mold? To me, the answer is I don't think so, but maybe, right? So what I mean by that is because they're splitting 50-50, if the ball does get inside the 3-yard line, like or 5-yard line, right? Let's say, what is the reliability that the rushing opportunity, which is where the Bills are giving up the touchdown, right? Is that going to Rachaad White or is that going to Sean Tucker? By the pure numbers of the total, it's 50-50 right now, right? But we don't know the philosophy, or I don't know. Maybe you can find it, the philosophy of what the Bucks are going to do inside the 5, right? And that's the benefit of the rushing touchdown. So for me, I'm leaning Swift um in this situation. Uh of course, if you have a feeling for Juwan and Jennings or Rachaad White, go for it because Rachaad White does have some PPR value, right? Um, so I could see that if you're worried about Swift. But if you feel Jennings because of the matchup or something, go for it too. But I would say Swift is my choice for you, Bob. But hope that helps. Drop likes if you can, everybody. Much love to everybody, you and your team. Um and much appreciated. So BTJ is expected to be out. Okay, so we'll double check on that, and then we were talking about you playing against Henderson, Achan. Okay, so we're caught up on those comments. So now let's get everything updated for the spotlight. Since there was a mention of Achan, let's see how uh he does. How does Achan do? All right, we got some spam. Gotta hide that. Okay, so let's get the point totals. Should we make Devon Achan the spotlight? I guess because we got someone from the community needing it. We shall have the analysis and spotlight focused on it so we can make the best decision possible in the fourth quarter based on knowing the points on hand. So I think that makes the most sense for who the spotlight player should be. Devon Achan. Devon Achan. So this is gonna be half point PPR scoring. So he's got 3.5 right now. All right, Devon Achan. This guy gets so much usage. It's insane. It is insane how much usage Devon Achan gets. He's so good at football. Nobody would have thought it. Undersized back. These guys can't be used and sustain a full season of 20 touches a game. Devon Achan says, just watch me. Just watch me. This guy's going nuts. All right. That is all updated. There we go. All right. And then hold on. Let's get everything updated. There was field goals by both teams. So we're tied 3-3. Now we got to get the score updated as well. So we're tied 3-3. So at least Washington scored, right? At least Washington scored to try to keep the game competitive, which is good. Which is good. So we got Devon Achan, Rue, Andrew gonna help us make the decision on who we're playing, like a Christian Watson, a Trey Tucker, and a Parker Washington based on Devon Achane versus Travion Henderson in his matchup. So that's what we got. All right. Let's get the score updated. The Miami Dolphins are taking the field again. We got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the first quarter. They are in. This is the last international game. So no more having to wake up early for football, especially if your team is playing. Especially if your team is playing. All right, they're starting from the 23-yard line. And here we go. Dropping back. Tua looking, firing, finding his dump off to Achane, who always gets positive yardage, gets about 5 of the 10 needed. So it's going to be like roughly a second of 5. We got another reception for Devon Achane. And I just looked and I'm playing against Devon Achane. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. So this is going to be fun rooting for Devon Achane to help Andrew out, but also hopefully he doesn't destroy me. Oh my goodness. All right, so here we go. 28-yard line. Firing, finding his man for a first down. Tight end Dolcic in Spain. All right. What a fantastic pass. Good pass. Good pass. All right, let me just update this. All right, I'll get to the comments in a second. Let me just update this score one more time since we're tied 3-3 now. All right. I think everything is updated now. All right. So Achane going for it, and he's got a first down. Andrew says you drafted him every year since he's in the league. Ooh, nice. You got him with your last pick in his rookie year, and you had Mostart that year. Oh my goodness, that year that Mostart and Achane were together, that's nuts. That is nuts. Yeah, Devon Achane's been a fantasy gem, right? Because he's not typically drafted at the capital of the McCaffrey position, right? The McCaffrey or the Jamar Chase position. That the top 5, top 3 picks, he's not put there, but he returns that value or very close to it, right? Especially in PPR leagues, That's crazy. But shout outs to you, Andrew, for drafting very well. Much celebration. James says, "Good morning. Morning to you too, James. Full PPR. You need one of the following in the flex: Kate Otten, Luther Burton, Theo Jostin, or Christian Watson." Wow, this is gonna be crazy to say, but without looking, my initial reaction is to put a tight end, Kate Otten, into that flex. But let's kind of walk through the thought process just to make sure we're not going crazy. Theo Johnson's a decent option too because who knows what if for some upside as well with Jameis Winston, but these are all receivers, I believe, right? So let's pull up the passing defenses while we talk about this. So these are passing defenses and matchup, but I guess where I am at with this is let's look at each player and their situation, right? So the reason Kate Otten jumps out first is he's been doing extremely well, even though he's a tight end. I mean, he's basically being used as a wide receiver at this point, right? Because you got Ibuka, but who you got after that? You got Tez Johnson, okay, but there's multiple needs, right? And Kate Otten has that connection with Baker Mayfield year over year. So there's always that end zone threat, even if he's not hitting all the time right now. There is that ability, right? There is that ability. Um, when we look at the Luther Burden situation, th- I, I think that's more of a stash, right? Rather than let's try it right now. I don't think the opportunity is there. So like for him to match value, he would have to go for the like 60-yard touchdown, which if you feel it's gonna happen, go for it. But I think just the opportunity is less. Even though you're matching him against tight ends, it's PPR, right? So are these tight ends getting the reception? And for uh, what's his name? You look at Cade Otton, the answer is yes, right? In terms of the reception. So let's pull up his exact numbers, right? 9 receptions for 82 yards against uh, New England. There hasn't been any touchdowns yet, but he is a threat. Like like year over year, he can. Um, catch them. 4 for 40, 7 for 65, 5 for 51, 4 for 81. So, what is that? Out of the last 5 5 weeks, uh 10 PPR points uh without touchdowns, right? And 4 out of the 5. And the one he didn't, he still got you 8 PPR points. Okay. So Luther Burden, I don't think he's getting anywhere close to 9 receptions or 7 receptions in the game. He could, but I don't think so, right? When you look at his opportunity and just like the breakdown of that offense, there's just so many mouths to feed, right? Like 4 receptions is the highest on the year, and while he had more his target number, he's basically catching every target. So I don't know if the opportunity is there for him. He's playing the Vikings. That's not like a smash like matchup, right? So a little hesitant on that one. I would say no. Christian Watson, I think, is in the same kind of situation, just with a better matchup. So Green Bay, somebody asked about Christian Watson earlier. My theory on Green Bay right now is like they're playing the Giants, and while Jameis Winston could potentially make it a shootout, right? It's possible. It's also possible that it's not, right, and Green Bay's defense is just that good. Um, and they just run the football. And Christian Watson's opportunities, he's got 4 targets in each of his game. Um, 4 4 4, glory be. But that is capped opportunity as well, right? So does he get you a touchdown and 80 yards? It's possible, right? But you're relying on 4 or 5 opportunities like Luther Burden to do the same. So I'm kind of off those guys. Theo Johnson on the opposite side, of things, has had no opportunities with uh Jameis Winston yet. So there's a little bit of a wild card here, right? But if you look at his usage in at least the offensive philosophy of what was being done, right? Beforehand, 8 targets, 6 targets, 4, 7 in the past 4 games. So there's some opportunity there. You look at the touchdowns compared to Cade Otton this year, it's just proven more so, right? 4 games with touchdowns, one of the games with 2. So you can argue from that sense that, hey, Giants are at home. I think Theo Johnson has um, you know, a better matchup for touchdowns since he's already caught touchdowns uh, you know, in his career. I could see, or sorry, this year. I could see that argument. Okay, so um if you want to play Kate not Kate on Theo Johnson, because you just have a feeling, that those touchdowns are going to go his way, or the usage, then go for it. Uh, I'm leaning Cade Otton uh here just because, like, while I would say that Jameis has historically for fantasy been somebody to help, um right, we don't know yet. It's just an unknown for me versus Cade Otton right now, guaranteed kind of role and things. It's safer for me. Uh, that's who I would go with, but feel free to let me know if maybe you need higher upside, or if you were thinking somebody else. Let me know. Much love to you and your team, James. Hopefully that helped you. If you could drop a like, much appreciated. All right, gonna start a poll. Who will win this game? Uh, we got Miami. We got Washington. All right. All right, there we go. Who will win this game? Poll is up. Poll is up. Um, all right, we got poll up. We got James saying full PPR. Your thoughts on Justin Jefferson's playoff schedule? You traded for him yesterday. Appreciate you too. Appreciate you too. Um, okay, so Justin Jefferson and his schedule. I will look at his schedule, and I think here's one thought to throw out for you as well. Look at his usage today. Um, for two reason in terms of targets, right? But also in term of game philosophy of what the Vikings are trying to do with JJ McCarthy. Because like what's the dynamics of what's going on right now, right? And then field goal is good. Field goal is good right now. What's the dynamics of the Vikings, you know, uh right now? What the history is showing if we pull up JJ McCarthy's uh attempts and kind of stats versus what he's done. This is what we kind of should be paying attention to, right? Because um it seems like they're not trying to let him loose. So I know there's what's it called? Limited limited data to show, right? But of these four games, 20 attempts, 21 attempts, 25, 42 attempts, right? Um, so there, three out of those four games, it was below, uh, below 30 pass attempts, uh, a game where, like if you think about it, if you're throwing 25 times a game, even if you own a, um, you know, 50% target share, that's 12 targets, Um, and typically for a wide receiver to return value of a wide receiver one, you need more than 7 targets a game. So out of a 25 to 28% target, 25 to 28 attempts a game, you would need a 25% target share to even get 7 targets, right? So that's what I'm saying. Watch this game because last game they did 42 attempts against Baltimore. Let's see what they do against Chicago, right? Let's see what they do against Chicago in terms of how many pass attempts as a team they get, right? And then the second thing to look at is, when you have a star like Justin Jefferson, uh, and things have been okay, right? They've been okay. They haven't been spectacular. Um, but they have not returned the draft capital at all to what you've expected, right? So let's see what then his target share, looks like and the value of these targets and how he does, right? I'm expecting him to respond in some type of way. This game was such a bad game last week, and playing a defense that is not scary against the pass, right? Chicago. So I would expect his usage to be there. Now, when we look at the rest of season schedule for Justin Jefferson. Give me a second. Let me get some water. We got Chicago this week, which is nice. Green Bay and Seattle. Those are both tough, uh, tough, tough defenses, right? Um, so questionable. Washington, Dallas, Giants, all very good. So to me, what that tells me so far is, through the rest of the season, if you are kind of locked into playoffs, it looks like you have a very good playoff schedule, right? But it looks like if you need to win now, you got 50-50, maybe a little bit more, right? When we look at the passing defenses, which are pulled up here, right? Um, we got to look at what opportunities you have. So you have the Cowboys, the Giants, and uh probably Detroit, right, in your playoff in your championship. So the Giants and the Cowboys are very, very good. The Lions are kind of middle of the pack, but they do offer a lot of touchdown upside. The Lions do. So I would say that's pretty good matchups. The hard matchups that you have, the Packers, right? Um, roughly a little more than a touchdown a game, and Seattle, who is roughly a touchdown a game, a little more too. Those are semi tough, right? Defenses as a whole. Um, but I think, in terms of the game scripts in those, they should be playing from behind, so they should still be throwing, right? It's not like it's a good defense and a bad offense like Cleveland or something where it's possible that they would rely more on the run. They should be playing from behind, so they should have to score, right? So I think it's fine. I think he has a very good uh, schedule. So for playoffs. So if you're in playoffs, I think you're in a good place. Safer pick is best for me this week. So Cade works perfectly. Oh, you're welcome. Okay, that works. That works well then for you, James. And you're in the playoffs. Oh, okay. So if you're in the playoffs, then that's solid. You have very good opportunity there. You have very, very good opportunity there, and that's all you can look for, right? So yay, great job, James. Great job making the playoffs, and um, hopefully, your Justin Jefferson schedule does you well. Andrew says in your free league, pick two: AJ Brown, QJ, Zay Flowers, Wandale Robinson. You already have Jamar Chase. All right. So let's look up the matchups first. Let's look up the matchups first and what the heck is going on. So we got Andrew's got Wandale Robinson with Jameis Winston sounds real fun. Is Slayton out too? Oh, it's the Packers though, but it's still possible. I mean, is Slayton out? Let me look at this. Slayton is out, right? Okay, so yeah, who are the targets going to go to besides Wandale Robinson and Theo Johnson? I'm not sure. Zay Flowers is playing the. Where is he? Where's Baltimore? Baltimore's playing the Browns in Cleveland. Okay. Okay. Uh, that one's tough. QJ is playing the Jags. Okay, the Jags. And I assume QJ is the receiver and not Quinshon Judkins, right? You're talking about Quinn Johnson from the Chargers. Jags are a pass funnel, so he's good there. AJ Brown coming off a pout game against the Lions. I think dang. Dang, dang, dang. I think if I'm just doing pure analysis, if you look at the matchups and stuff, right? Wide receivers, okay. If you're looking at the matchups and who the player profiles are, I think QJ and Wandale makes the most sense in terms of like uh what's it called? What has happened in the past few weeks versus the output versus the matchup. I think that makes the most sense, but you know, kind of like how I was talking earlier when a wide receiver one like Justin Jefferson or or AJ Brown aren't having a good game, I feel like just philosophically wise, uh, more 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 opportunity going that way, right? So that's why I'm trying to justify AJ Brown into a lineup somehow. Um, and if I had to do that, I guess I'm sitting. Ooh, I guess I'm sitting QJ since he has the roulette, right, of what could happen in his offense. Because the touchdowns can go to anybody. Let's say let's say pure logic based on matchup, situation, and results would be Wandale plus QJ. Emotional pool and news, I would put in AJ Brown over QJ. So yeah, I guess pure logic is Wandale plus QJ, but my emotional side says Wandale plus AJ Brown, just thinking that Detroit's going to be able to find some points and them try to make it right, quote unquote, with AJ Brown. So yeah, that's my thoughts on things. Much love to you, Andrew, and your team. Um, and I saw out of the corner of my eye that Devon Achane was getting some major work last drive, so hopefully that is putting points up for you. Oh my God, yikes. He's going nuts right now. All right, 7.2 half point PPR points for him. All right, 51-yard field goal attempt for the Commanders. So long field goal attempt for the Commanders to tie it up. It looks like he pushed it right. No good. No good. He pushed it right. He pushed it right. So expect major usage again from Devon Achane on this drive, them being up 6-3. Uh, we need some touchdowns though, hopefully, to get some fun stuff going. For all of us, got to get Devon Achane's points updated and the score, which all field goals, all field goals for Spain. So we had the most awesome international game last week with Indianapolis versus Atlanta. And this one starting off a snoozer like you would expect with the Commanders and the Dolphins. I should not talk down on them. But no, comparatively to last week was phenomenal game in Europe. This game starting off all field goals. Hopefully we can get some touchdowns and some excitement going um for this game. For this game. James says, any thoughts on how Woody Marks might perform today, PPR scoring? You know, I think he's a wild card, right? I think how I would describe him is like we've been in this situation before. Um, right? We've been in this situation before, meaning like, all right, all signs go, 80% snap share, 80% of the carries and things like that, and then it go back, right? Like he blows up for 25 points in Tennessee, and then no work in the passing game. The next game, limited opportunities. Like what's going on here? With this backfield. So what do I think? I think they are transitioning him to the lead back, right? But I don't know if based off of like how they view the opposing defense, the strengths of each of their players, and what usage they want to do, that it kind of feels a little bit almost like this Washington situation, right? Where, you know, what's it called? Bill Krosky was supposed to take over, but now, Chris Rodriguez, and like how it was a little bit unpredictable, and then it feels like it's kind of stabilizing with Chris Rodriguez as the main guy. It feels like Woody Marks is stabilizing as 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 the main guy, right? So to answer your question, like supposedly everything lines up for him to have a big game, right? So if we bring up the rushing defenses, who are we playing this week? We're playing Tennessee, right? Can Tennessee score? No. Is Houston's defense good? Yes. Does that mean that Houston should be playing ahead and trying to run the football? Yes. Right? Is CJ Stroud out? I believe so. So all signs point to him having a good game, right? All signs point to it. I mean, you pull up you pull up the matchup, the Titans, 15 touchdowns. Look at that. Best matchup column. 15 touchdowns. That's like a touchdown and a half a game basically, right? Two running backs, 1200 yards, 100 yards a game. All signs point to Woody Marks having a good game. So if I had no other option, I'm for sure playing him, right? If you're asking me to move off of somebody like, let's say, DeAndre Swift, right, or something that had uh you know consistent usage, I have a hard time uh moving off that, right? So I guess rest of season, I think I'm up, right? I think I'm up on uh Woody Marks. Today, all signs point go, right? So it's like, just who would you be playing over Woody Marks, right? And if we look at the range of players, it's so your choice is Woody Marks versus Tajay Spears. Yeah, then I'm going Woody Marks for sure. I'm going Woody Marks, okay? Because like I said, Houston's defense is phenomenal, right? You look at the worst matchup column of this. Texans are the worst people to go against as a rusher. So yes, I'm locking in Woody Marks in that situation. James. Yes, Woody Marks over Tajay Spears, hands down. Opportunity and matchup. So yes. Yes, yes, yes. All right. We got Andrew saying the guy you're playing in your money league benched RJ Harvey for Woody Marks. Oh, because J.K. Dobbins just had like season-ending surgery, I believe, right? Um, so yes, that's a tough decision. RJ Harvey versus Woody Marks there. Because theoretically, RJ Harvey should get the work. Theoretically, right? Then they're playing the yes, they are playing the Chiefs. Sorry, I couldn't think of the name off the top of the head. I had their name in the back of my head. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's tough. That is tough. Um, hmm. I don't know. I don't know, Andrew. I'm not sure if I agree with that. You are happy that he benched RJ Harvey for Woody Marks. Hmm. Maybe. They're both unknowns, right? They're both unknowns. So yeah, that's a tough decision. I'm glad I don't have to make that decision. Oh man. But yes, I would play Woody Marks over Tajay Spears for sure. For sure. Okay. Let's see. James says, "Good luck in the matchup. Thanks for the great. You're off to a family event. Well, have a good time at your family event, James. Much love to you. Drop a like if you can before you leave, or if you have, thank you so much. But much love to you and your team. Good luck. Celebrations to you and your team. Hopefully you win, James. But have a good family event. All right. So Miami in the lead of who people think will win this game. We got a 6-3 game right now. Hopefully Washington could put together a scoring drive right now to keep the game interesting, and not just a complete snoozer. So let's get these things updated. Um, Devon Achan, got to get his player profile updated. He's got 7 points right now. Okay. 7 points for Devon Achan right now. All right, we got Washington taking over basically in their own end zone on their own 5 yard line. Which second and 11 now after a loss of 1. Very, very tough there to lose a yard on first down against your own end zone. But don't get a safety. Don't get a safety. Thanks, James. Thanks, James. Andrew says, think you're right. Hope he puts Parver back in after checking FanDuel. Oh, yeah, that one's a tough decision. I don't know how or who to root against in that one. It's just you imagine Denver playing from behind, having to pass. Do they use RJ Harvey in the pass game's the question for me. So I against Tennessee, like how is Tennessee going to score at all against Houston? That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. You look at freaking here, let's pull it up. Look at this. This is terrible. If you look at the passing offenses, who is the worst passing offense, you know, uh in the league, it's the Titans. They are the worst. They have 5 passing touchdowns in their entire season. 1,700 yards. That's like 150 yards a game passing and 5 touchdowns. Then you throw on their rushing offense. It's like, oh, well, if they're not getting any touchdowns passing, they must be getting it rushing 3 touchdowns. So they have 8 touchdowns on the whole season. They have 8 touchdowns on the whole season. So they're not even getting a touchdown a game, are the Titans. And then you look at the opposite side of that football and you just look at Houston's defense and they're like the best defense in the league. So that's going to be tough. That is for sure going to be tough for Tennessee. You said Vegas has marks at negative 255 for 50 yards and Harvey at negative 105 for 50 yards rushing. Yeah, so I mean I kind of agree with that. I kind of agree with that. What's it called? Which one's up? Oh no, I took that one up. You look at this rushing defenses, and you know, where is it? Marks is playing the Titans and it's 15 touchdowns, 1,200 yards. And then you look at Kansas City, 900 yards, 9 touchdowns. So, 33% more rushing yards playing against the Titans. Twice the opportunity to catch a touchdown. So yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. All right, so we got Mariota getting a first down. They're now at about midfield. 3 minutes left in this first half. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left in this first half. Um, all right. Let's see. So we got not NFL related. You did a 19 leg parlay. You a 19 leg parlay. That is so crazy. A dollar to 3,500. What the heck? That is crazy odds. South Florida losing to Navy was the only one that didn't hit. Whoa, so you got 18 out of 19? That is crazy. That is awesome. What the heck? But one off. That's how the domino always falls, right? Just one off, but that that was close. My eyes be like this, looking at you for almost hitting. So close, so close. That's pretty crazy. All right, so Zach Ertz catching the football, falling down for a first down. That's how it always goes. And that game was an early game, so no chance for a cash out. Oh man. Well, I mean, how does it feel? You know, do you like the news to be known right then and there, or go all the way to the last game and then it be taken from you? That's the question, right? That's the question, to have your hopes up throughout the entire day, hitting 18 for 18 and then missing one. But oh man, that sucks. That sucks. I guess if the other way around, at least you would have had some type of opportunity to be like, oh, I'm out. But but maybe not. But that's crazy. That's actually pretty good. 18 for, regardless, even if you're just flipping coins, you know, to get heads 18 times in a row or something like that. Or whatever it is. That's crazy. All right, so where are we at on this game? Let's take a look at this game as a whole so far. So it's been a snoozer. Let's look at the stats though. Mariota 11 for 14 for 106 yards. Rushing, Chris Rodriguez 8 carries, 41 yards. Ja'Cory Krosky 2 carries, 2 yards. Oh my goodness, that sucks. Receiving wise, Zach Ertz leading the team with 3 receptions and 39 yards. Dang, he's hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 different receivers being hit for Marcus Mariota. 7 different receivers. Holy cow. All right. We got the Dolphins, and everything's going through Devon Achane. 7 carries, 53 yards. Wow. Wow. Tua 7 for 8. 2 to Jaylen Waddle. 2 to Devon Achane. So everything going through Devon Achane on the Dolphins as expected. The game is 3 to 6, 7 for 8 for the Dolphins, 11 for 14 for the Commanders. So this tells me that through the passing games, there's nothing happening downfield. Everything is just, what is that? That's like 9 yards a completion for Tua, and like basically the same for Marcus Mariota. So everything's happening in the short to middle field. Nothing going downfield yet. Okay, so that's basically the game right now. No big plays, everything underneath, and that's why it is everything underneath and only field goals. Makes sense. South Florida was like negative 600, minus 600. It was the last game that cash out would have been. That that would have been pretty. Hopefully Brock Purdy does well today. Yep, that would have been crazy. That would have been a crazy hit. Probably the biggest parlay I've heard hit. Yeah, even 18 for 18 would have been crazy. Holy smokes, but so close, no cigar. That's how it goes though, and that's why Vegas always wins, right, Andrew? Or the house, I guess. Doesn't always have to be Vegas, I guess, right? The house always wins. Washington 3, Miami 6, second and 6, a minute 34 left, 2 timeouts for each team. 28-yard line in field goal range, second and 6. Draining down the clock is Mariota. Shotgun formation, and here it goes. And self-directed run, and he's sliding. He's about a yard short of the first down. time continues to go down right now as we end the first half of football. Not a very exciting game of football so far. Uh Washington can score a touchdown here to at least give these people in Spain some fun, some type of fun for the last international game of the season. Hopefully it's something, and not just a whole bunch of nothing. Um, so we shall see what happens here. We got 3rd and 1 for the Washington Commanders. They're down 3-6. There's basically only been 4 field goal attempts this whole game. Washington missed a field goal in their last possession. So that's why it's 3-6. And we need some scoring here. Come on. We need an interesting game. Let's not let these games all be boring in uh in Europe. Last week was so fun. Hopefully they could turn it around right here. Minute 12 less. Snap is off. Handoff. And first down is got. First down is got. And here comes first and 10. First and 10 for Mariota and team. Here they go. First and 10. Hopefully they can march a touchdown before, you know, uh before things. Let's see what they do. All right. We got a timeout break going on right now. We have a timeout break. Timeout break happening right now. All right, here we go. 2nd down and 8. And here it goes. Out of bounds. All right, here we go. 17 seconds left. All right, here we go. 2nd down. 2nd down. 3rd down and 8. 3rd down and 8. 3rd down and 8. Haven't gotten much here. Snap is off. Dropping back. Firing. Penalty. Deebo Samuel make the catch. There is a flag, though. There is a flag, though. So while they sort it out, All right. Hmm. All right. Play is no good. Easy call for the officials. Play is 3rd and 18 now. Deebo Samuel pushed off. 3rd and 18. So here we go. 3rd and 18. 25-yard line. Dropping back, firing, setting up a screen. Deebo Samuel almost gets it all back. Almost gets it all back on that screen. So it'll be 4th down and short. 3 seconds left. They will probably go with the field goal here. They will probably go with the field goal here. Um, all right, here it goes. 30-yard field goal attempt. And it's off. It's up. And it is good. Field goal is good. All right. So field goal is good. We have seen a total of 4 field goals for all the scoring in this game. So it is now tied 6-6 going into halftime. Super fun game. Super fun game. 6-6. Let me get this score updated and everything. Drop any questions in chat. I'm gonna go drop any questions or comments in chat. Going to update score. All right, give me a sec. Drop any comments or questions in chat. Gonna be updating the score here right now since it went to halftime. Give me a second, guys. Sorry, 1 second. 1 second. Will be updating you guys and the score, but just give me 1 second with everything. Right. All right. Did this download right? No, it did not. All right. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Sorry, I had to do something real quick in order to move forward. So, Patty, we'll get to your question in just a second. I'm just updating the score on this board right now. Just give me 5 seconds and I will get to this. All right, here it goes. There it goes. All right. Good day, Patty. How are you? What's the highlight? Let's see. Trade away Amika Ibuka and Rome Odunze for Justin Jefferson and RJ Harvey. Full PPR. You're a little concerned about the playoff schedule for Mika, and you have Amon-Ra, Nico, Sutton, Kyren, and Javonte. Okay. So in a trade like this, where my head is at is like, you know, when you're trading in this late in the season, I guess there's like two main things we can think about, right? Is one, what is the playoff schedule, like you said, and then number two, um, well, what is the playoff schedule and opportunity, right? Like, did the projections of that team's offense match what we expected? If I'm being honest, it has not for the Vikings offense, right? It has not matched. And to be honest, Chicago's offense is probably a little better than we expected, right? Um, and Emeka, while we, expected usage, we did not expect Mike Evans to get injured and Bucky Irving to get injured and all this usage to go to Emeka. So just some quick little notes there, right? But when we're looking at this and when you're transferring a running back for a wide receiver, right, in a trade like this, aka RJ Harvey, value versus those wide receivers, a lot of times it comes down to like what is your need, right? So when I look at your team, right, you have Kyren and you have Javonte, who are both lock and loaded starting running backs. I don't know the depth needed in your league, like how many flex positions you have. Is it just one? Is it just two running backs, two wide receivers, and one flex? I'm gonna continue this analysis based off of that assumption, okay? And so what you have here is you have ample wide receivers. You have Emeka, Rome, Nico, Amon-Ra as your main guys, right? And so I get what you're trying to do in terms of like consolidate value. I don't agree with this consolidation. And what I mean by that is Justin Jefferson to me is not a locked and loaded equal value to Amon-Ra St. Brown or Emeka Ibuka, if I'm being honest. I think projection wise and what we can hope for and expect, yes, he can return top 5 value for the rest of the season. But where the offense is at right now, right? And we will see, right? I think the jury is still out on what that is going to look like for the rest of the season value. So a little bit of hesitation here on saying Justin Jefferson is equal value to Emeka, if I'm being honest. So, what I would be trying to do more so is like turn two of those guys into a lock and load starter. So what I mean by that, right, is let's say you're like out of all of your wide receivers, who are you the highest on, right? Versus and rank them in order. For me, and you don't have to agree with this, but based on what you're saying and what I assume your philosophy is that if you're concerned for playoff, you're going to make playoffs and you want to consolidate. I think Amon-Ra and or Emeka would be your lock and loaded players. But if you are down on Emeka, then what I would be looking at is okay, I am going to lock and load Amon-Ra St. Brown, into my lineup here, right, for the rest of the season. And then how can I consolidate to get somebody else lock and loaded? To me, Justin Jefferson does not fit that mold to consolidate how you're trying to consolidate, right? What like kind of makes sense to me. And I don't know if this is possible based on the dynamics of your league, but I would be more so saying something like, can I consolidate Nico and Amika to get or like Amika and Rome, if you let's say those are your two to get uh Puka Nakua, right? Or JSN or Jamar Chase, right? And then negotiate if they negotiate upwards, then maybe Amika plus Nico or something like that, right? Because if you're what you're trying to do is you're trying to consolidate two headaches, right, into one lock and loaded for the playoffs. And if you're like I would personally be okay rolling out Amon-Ra plus Amika as my wide receivers, right? But and then consolidating, let's say like Nico plus Rome into something of depth. But if I I just don't see Justin Jefferson on that same caliber tier of players. Or let me rephrase that. He is the same caliber player, but situation, right, as Puka or as JSN. We're just for this season specifically, right? These guys look better than Justin Jefferson because they're in an offense that's throwing them the ball at a ridiculous not only target share but touchdown rate, yards per catch, every metric you could look at. Same, and then recently with Jamar Chase, same thing, right? But in terms of Justin Jefferson, you haven't seen that this year. So I don't feel like you're winning in that. And then RJ Harvey is like you're looking at upside at that point, right? And it's like, are you gonna ever trust to put RJ Harvey into your lineup instead of Kyren Williams or instead of Javonte Williams? Or are you going to place RJ Harvey in your flex above, let's say, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Amico, or Nico, like if you're staying with these teams, or if you switch to Jamar Chase or something like that, and you have to, like, I don't know, right? And I don't think so for me. So I don't like that trade. I would be, if I'm going to consolidate two wide receiver ones or a wide receiver one slash borderline wide receiver two, I would want somebody more solid than Justin Jefferson. I hope that helps, Patty. Let me know if or if not. I would not do that trade. I would target higher for wide receiver consolidation, or the running back value would have to be a higher solid flex option slash rotation out of Williams or Kyren. I hope that helps you, Patty. Let me know if or if not. Much love to you and your team. Drop a like if you can. Um, I hope I pronounce this right. Juan Deer? One Deer? Juan Deer? I'm so sorry. Please correct me if I pronounced that wrong. Start two. ETN, Swift, Devontae Smith, and Judkins. So you already had Henderson go off. You're looking for the floors. Okay. Okay. That was very helpful context. That you're looking for floors. I think Swift provides a pretty solid floor. So I would kind of lock him in there. Um, and then it becomes ETN, Devontae Smith, or Quinshon Judkins. I think Quinshon Judkins has a safe floor in terms of usage. The game scripts can go a little out of whack, or they can box him in. Um, so I kind of lean ETN on that one. Let's look at the defenses, right? If we look at these rushing defenses, um, when it comes to the Chargers, who ETN is playing, they give up 100 yards a game and a touchdown a game. So it's not a scary matchup. Chargers are better funneling it to the run. So I think ETN should get some usage. He gets usage uh, in the passing game as well versus Judkins does not really get get that right uh, as much. So I think ETN is probably who I would choose. ETN and Swift as the quote unquote uh, safer options. Um, because you look at the lowest games for ETN versus the couple low games that Judkins have, and the floor is just a little bit lower, right? Um, and then Baltimore's defense, while these stats I don't think necessarily reflect how good Baltimore's defense is getting. They are getting better. Um, so yeah. And then the thing for Swift just being kind of the starter, I think he's lock and loaded in his role in that offense who wants to run the football. Um, and while the Vikings may not have given up as many touchdowns, right? They still give up 100 yards a game, and he is used somewhat in the passing game. So I think he has a safe uh, floor, right? I think he has a safer floor. So that's who I would go with. I would go with ETN and Swift. Devontae Smith has been nice these past weeks, but you're looking for the floor, right? And a wide receiver versus a running back to me, I'm typically going with the running back unless it's full point PPR and this person is getting receptions, right? But in most cases, the running back is considered the safer floor. So that's who I would choose. Wandier, let me know if that was helpful or if that was not. Hopefully, you could drop a like. Much appreciated if you can. Edward, good day. How are you? Let me know if you disagree too, Wandier. Edward, how are you? Addison, ETN, or Derrick Henry? Starters sit at flex in a PPR league. So for me, looking right off the bat without looking into anything, it's between Derrick Henry or ETN. Um, Derrick Henry's playing Browns. Oh shit. Okay, so sorry, shouldn't have cussed. Um, so the Browns is a tough run defense. I just did the breakdown of ETN. His floor is decently safe, and his usage is there. Uh, Addison is very hit or miss, you know. Um, so I think and ETN is in the passing game, right? So I think I'm playing ETN there. I think it's not like he doesn't have a ceiling, and I think he has the safest floor. So in a PPR league, I'm starting ETN over Addison and Derrick Henry. Let me know if you disagree, Edward. If that helps you, drop a like if you can. Much love and appreciation to you and your team. Boss, I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Boss, Herbert, Nix, or Sam Darnold. You're starting McConkey and QJ. Well, so here's a philosophy question to prompt the analysis, right? I don't know if you have any other options, right? I don't know if you have any other options or if you are stuck to start Lad McConkey and QJ, or if you're choosing to do so because of, you just feel that their matchup and whatnot is the best. So the philosophy side of this question is that if you are not forced into starting QJ and McConkey, then that means that you believe in the offense. Like, let's say you're benching Woody Marks or somebody, right? You're benching somebody else who could be played instead of these guys. And you're starting them because you believe in them. Then Herbert has to make sense to play, right? Because without Herbert, then both of these guys can't hit. But if you believe that both of these guys are going to hit, then you have to believe that Justin Herbert is going to hit, right? And then you might as well just lock and load everybody and just roll with it. But if you're choosing them out of necessity, then it is a different conversation, right? If you're starting them because you have to, they're your only two starters that you could play, right? Then I can understand then this type of conversation. Herbert has a great matchup, so let's look at the uh, passing defenses here. Um, Herbert has a fantastic matchup against the Jags. Um, so when you look at who the Jags are, they somewhat can stop the run, uh, but they are allowing so many touchdowns, 21 touchdowns and 2,300 yards. One of the best matchups passing. So Herbert is a good quarterback. I think he can take advantage. Knicks is playing Kansas City. Now, while you expect them to possibly play from behind, right, against Kansas City's defense is not anything soft to write home over, especially recently. So while you can expect him to have to score, you look at the Chiefs passing defense, one of the worst, right? Top 5, only allowed 9 touchdowns on the year, 1,700 yards, right? So 170 yards a game, less than a touchdown a game passing. So you'd have to believe that you don't believe Bo Nix is Joe Burrow, how Joe Flacco's playing this year. You don't believe that he's that guy, right? So you would have to believe to play Bo Nix that he's going to score a touchdown on his feet with like 50 yards, right? Rushing in order to play Nix. I'm off of Nix, so it's between Herbert or Sam Darnold to me. And when it comes to, did Deebo Samuel just get a touchdown? I think he did. Touchdown, Deebo Samuel, I believe. Um, sorry for that. So it's between Herbert and Sam Darnold for me. Now, Sam Darnold, he's been up and down to me because of 100% because of game scripts. Okay. Um, on the weeks that he was down, right? Like he was on fire until last week, right? Let's look at Sam Darnold's uh performances. And Herbert's been good too, right? So Herbert has not been bad. So it's between Sam Darnold for me, right, and Justin Herbert. When you look at Sam Darnold's recent performances, you know, he's had some down weeks, but to me, it was game script. He was up so much against Arizona. He only needed 12 pass attempts. Then the other down game was against Houston, who's all defense, right? All defense. Very, very tough. So kind of makes sense to me, right? He has a matchup against the Rams, um, which should be a good game, right? It should be a lot of scoring. So here's how I would answer this is I would play Herbert based on analysis, based on matchup, based on everything, right? However, if I needed to mitigate risk, right? If I needed to mitigate risk, like let's say I'm projected to win, even with starting McConkey and QJ, and I wanted to mitigate my risk, that's how I can pivot to Knicks or Darnold, and I would pivot to Darnold over Knicks, right? But if I'm, you know, coming from behind, or I need both of these players, McConkey and QJ, to score, then I have to bet on Herbert, right? Because without Herbert hitting, then McConkey and QJ aren't going to do anything, right? So I would play Herbert in most situations. Not sure if you can pivot out of both uh, Chargers wide receivers, but to mitigate risk, you can start another QB, and I would pivot to Darnold if I had to. Oh, Abbas says, sing. See, the thing is, you're screwed if it's a low scoring game and you're starting all three. Exactly. Um, exactly. So that's what I meant by mitigate risk, right? That's what I meant by if I had to mitigate risk. Because I don't know the dynamics of your matchup as in like, you're projected to win by 20 and you can mitigate risk. But there are some matchups where you can't mitigate risk, right? Like for example, if you're playing the best team in the league and your only options are to play those Chargers wide receivers, right? If you don't have a pivot out and you don't have a way to mitigate, the person you're playing is 0-10 and you're projected to win, yeah, then you play Sam Darnold, right? Then you can play Sam Darnold to mitigate risk, right? If you're projected to win by a lot, right, then mitigate risk makes sense to start Darnold, right? So that's why I would start Darnold. And exactly in your situation makes sense. Is if the team I'm playing against is so terrible that like they can't beat anybody, right? Then playing Darnold for sure. Only playing Herbert if you need the upside. But appreciate you too, boss. Drop a like if you can. Much love to you and your team. I hope you win. Much love to you and your team. I hope you win. All right, guys. So Washington scored a touchdown. So we'll have to get that score updated. We will have to get that score updated. But in the meantime, let's catch up on the game because this game has finally turned on some heat. This game has finally turned on some heat with, I believe, Deebo Samuel scoring a touchdown. Deebo Samuel scoring a touchdown. Um, and we got now Miami marching it back. So we had Mariota throwing a touchdown. Needed to put that on the board and give them their props. They deserve their props. Drop a like, guys, if you can. Much, much appreciated. So we had touchdown scored. So we got to update score because the Commanders have scored. Man, how many times can I say score in one sentence? All right, we got 20-yard line, red zone opportunity for Miami. At Achan going, nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. So we're in the red zone now for Miami. They are down 7. 9 minutes 30 seconds left in the third quarter after the Commanders just scored a touchdown. Deebo Samuel getting it done. Deebo Samuel getting it done on a 20-yard 20-yard pass, short pass. All right, 2nd and 10. Penalty marker out. Let's see what the penalty is. Play. Tua just had to throw the play away. It's either going to be like maybe an offsides or an encroachment or a false start or something. Offside on the defense. There you go. There you go. All right, so we got a 5-yard penalty for the defense. Getting too excited. Appreciate you too, brother. Appreciate you too, boss. All right. So we got 2nd and 5 now. Celebrations to everybody. Much love. Wow, 90% of the people now think Miami is going to win. Holy smokes. Washington is up 13-6. Here we go. 15-yard line. And the handoff. And there's space. And the first down. The first down is there. All right. The first down is there. Let's update this. Bam. Score is updated. Score is updated. So we got 1st and goal opportunity for Miami. Let's get some celebrations going. Celebrate. Everybody's Here we go. First and goal. Shotgun formation. High snap. Down to the 3. So we're second and goal on the 3-yard line. Ollie Gordon was in. Taking the opportunities. All right. So we got Ollie Gordon taking that opportunity. Now we're going to have Devon Achane is now on the field. Here we go. 6-13. Second and goal. 4-yard line. Man in motion. There's a pitch. Achane. Nope. Not getting it. It's going to be third and goal. Tua and team tried to get Devon Achane into the end zone. Third and goal. Third and goal. All right. So here we go. Third and goal. All right, third and goal. Running again. Ollie Gordon, and he got stuffed. Stuffed 3 times in a row on runs. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Washington making a stand here. Not Miami not trusting Tua, but instead trying to get it in through the run game 3 times in a row. All of them no good. All of them no good. So 4th down and goal. Offense is staying on the field. Here it goes. Man in motion. Looking, firing. No good. No good. Stopping the Dolphins on 4th down. There is a turnover on downs. Turnover on downs. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right. Wow. That's crazy. That is crazy. Turnover on downs. The Washington football team, the Commanders playing some great defense. Playing some great defense there. Much love. Much love there. All right, 7.2. Mm, 7.2. All right. Devon HN's got 7.2 half point PPR points. So we get this updated. Um, drop. All right, here we go. All right. Bathroom break BRB. Bathroom break BRB. Hello, friends. We are back. All right, so I guess Washington's getting a first down. Back now. All right. Let's see. So we're 2nd and 10. Washington was backed all the way up. They were backed all the way up until their own end zone. Um, all right, here we go. Here we go. Sorry, I had to fix the camera. All right, offense. Offense backed them up, false start. So we got Washington still on the field, backed up pretty close to their end zone. You know, uh, Washington's in the lead, so they're probably going to just try to take care of the football here. Um, Here they go, 2nd and 15 from their own 8-yard line. And he's getting sacked in his own end zone. Did he get out? Or did he get sacked inside? Oh, that was so close to a safety. They're saying he's fine. 3rd and 15. They're discussing if this is a safety. They're saying no intentional grounding because he was out of the pocket. Wow. Wow, what a veteran play. That really could have been a safety. That really, really should have been a safety. Wow. All right, here we go. Somebody's injured on the play. So we got 3rd and 15 for Washington. 3.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. So we will get to that when we come back. Let's see what we got coming up today. What do we got coming up today? All right, these are the best passing offenses to this point in time. So, Rams, you want a piece of that offense. Lions coming through. Jameson Williams values up. With Dan Campbell taking over the play calling duties. Chargers are you want Lab McConkey probably, arguable if you want QJ or not. But as a flex option, very good. Bengals, after that slump since Joe Flacco took over, all looks up. Drake May's having a great season. Broncos, they are up here, some of the best passing offense, but it is some of the most scary passing offense to be involved in up here. It comes in waves. Bo Nix has great games, has bad games. They're probably the least solid, right? They're probably the least solid. Hold on. They are probably the least solid option to have in terms of a passing offense, being the Denver Broncos. I imagine it turning around for Cortland Sutton, but holy smokes, man. I don't know. Reason being, and I think Cortland Sutton's a good talking topic, is that, Cortland Sutton makes all of his money down the field, big plays, but Broncos, specifically Bo Nix, has not been good at delivering that. Bo Nix has not been accurate down the field. Drake May's been accurate down the field, right? But Bo Nix is the opposite. He has not been accurate down the field. So that's why I'm a little concerned about Cortland Sutton. Um, Cowboys. Hopefully Dak turns it around this week. Steelers. It says they're one of the best, but DK Metcalf, the best option there, not reliable right now. All right, here we go. Running it on third down. They get about 6 or 7, so it's going to be fourth down, and it's going to be a punt back to Miami. Miami is down 6-13. Turned it over on downs. So that was not good for Miami. So let's see if Miami can do it. They were first and goal. Ran it 3 times in a row. Stuffed. Put them at 4th and 2 or 4th and 3 after a loss on third down, trying to run it for a third time. And then they try Jaylen Waddle across the middle for the touchdown, but ball was swatted away. So nothing there on the last drive. Miami brought it all the way down to first and goal on the 3-yard line. It was really close, and they could not punch it in. So good stand by Washington's defense there. Good stand by Miami's defense here to force a 3-and-out and a punt back. So hopefully we can get a score here and get some offensive fireworks going. Hopefully we get some offense going for Miami. I mean, their offense was going. Get some scoring. Get some conversions going, right? A red zone conversion. They need to be able to score. Game is starting to wind down close to the fourth quarter, so everybody's going to need to play their part, and get things moving here. Definitely would be nice to get some scoring here, in the final minutes of the game. There we go. So we were continuing discussing some of the best passing offenses. Some of the worst being the Titans, the Browns, the Falcons, the Jaguars, and the Jets. Surprising to see the Jaguars there as one of the worst passing offenses when they started the league. So much hype for Brian Thomas Jr., Travis Hunter. These guys getting injured. Brenton Strange getting injured for a while. Now having Jacoby Myers there, Parker Washington coming out. Hopefully the Jaguars can turn that around. Because they are a playoff contention team. You cannot be one of the worst passing offenses and have a expectation in the playoffs. All right. Let's go to the best rushing offenses. Boom. Best rushing offenses. Who is surprised to see the Colts as the best rushing offense? Nobody. Nobody is surprised to see the Colts. Bills follow them. James Cook, many touchdowns. Giants surprisingly right after there. And you know why? Because Jackson Dart is running with his legs a lot, getting a concussion, but he and his team when Cam Scatterboo was there getting touchdowns. And then what's it called? Jackson Dart on his feet as well. Lions, a lot of touchdowns between David Montgomery and Jamar Gibbs. All right, here we go. Tua going deep. Ill-advised throw. Double coverage. Broken up. Going for the hero play on it all there on the first play of the drive. We had Jaylen Waddle going across the field, and it was kind of there, but did not see the secondary coverage. or the secondary coverage showed him a fake defense, and they made the play. So here we go, motion in the backfield, and hike is off, looking to set up a screen, and that was Achan getting about 4, maybe. It's going to be 3rd down and long. Going to be 3rd down and long. All right, so let's put back up the score of the Spain game. We're still at 13-6 here. We are still at 13-6. So here we go. Here we go. 3rd down and 6. 2 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. And Tua taking the snap, looking, firing, finding his man. 1st down, broken tackle. And they get about 5 more yards. So 1st down for Miami. 3rd down and long, converted. And we now have an opportunity for Miami here. They're commentating about how both these quarterbacks, Tua and Mariota, are both from Hawaii, and how they knew each other back. You know, they have pictures when they're both young before they're in the NFL. Both from Hawaii. All right, so here we go. Ollie Gordon on the 1st down, gains maybe 6 or 5. So it'll be like 2nd down and 4-ish. So Tua and team continuing to march the football. Hopefully, we can get a tie game here so we can have an explosive 4th quarter. Set it up for an explosive 4th quarter. Let's get Tua and team in a shotgun formation. 2nd and 4. And snap is off. There's motion, looking, setting up a screen. And it's a 1st down. 1st down to the red zone. They're at the 20-yard line. That was Washington, I believe. So we got Tua, 2nd and 4. Tua, 1st and 10, 20-yard line. Under center. Oh, and he tried to draw them off sides as the quarter was ending. Somebody came over. We'll just see if they call it or if they called the play clock went to 0. There's no foul. End of the 3rd quarter. End of the 3rd quarter. So no foul for encroachment or anything. It is now going to be the 4th quarter. Miami is down 13-16. Can we get an exciting 4th quarter, everybody? Can we please get an exciting 4th quarter? Hopefully we can get an exciting 4th quarter here and some scoring back and forth for everybody. That would be quite nice. That would be quite nice. All right, what else can we review during this commercial break? Let me know if you think of anything, but let's keep this going with some analysis. So we did the best passing offenses, the best rushing offenses. Now let's look at the matchups this week for rushing defenses. Patriots are done, but pretty much if you're playing the Texans, the Seahawks, Packers, I guess you could consider Jags, Rams, Browns, all even Lions, all tough matchups against the run. You know, Bucks were a pretty tough matchup until Travion gave them like 2 touchdowns. So Bucks are pretty tough too. Broncos pretty tough. So those are probably the hardest matchups if you have running backs going against them. But your best matchups, on the other hand, man, there's a lot of good ones. Giants, Bengals, Dolphins. Well, Dolphins and Commanders are playing right now. So Giants, Bengals, Bills, Falcons kind of give a lot of yards, but I wouldn't say they're the best matchup because they don't give many touchdowns. But the Cowboys, the Titans, very good. Very, very good matchups there. What's up, Cole? How are you? What's the highlight with you, my guy? Achan needs the ball. You are in the same boat as our friend. I believe it's Andrew today. Yes, our friend Andrew here is also playing Achan like you, so you guys want him to get the ball. He's gotten some good amount of opportunities. I'm playing against Achan this week, so I'm hoping for you guys to get enough points, but not destroy me, right? um, but what's his usage so far? So he's gotten 10 carries. I mean, they're playing from behind, right? And he's gotten 2 receptions. So 12 total opportunities. And we're playing from behind right now. So hopefully, much love to you, Cole. Thank you so much for dropping that. But wishing a game script where we all could win. Oh, that's funny. Here we go. Here we go. 1st and 10, 20-yard line for Miami. Red zone opportunity. They are down 7. They need to score. Man in motion. High snap. Push it off to Achan. He's going backwards. Now he's got some positive yards. Wow. Great effort by Achan there. That was about to be like tackled for a loss of like 5. Makes a guy miss and makes it into a gain. But they pitched it to Achan, and it was looking like Tua had to, fake that he had a high snap. 2nd and 1 after a 9-yard gain for Achan. It was 2nd and 1. Let's see if they try to keep running it again. They do keep running it. Achan gets the 1st down. All right, so we're 1st and goal again. Last time Miami was here, they tried to run it 3 times to get the touchdown and got stuffed. Let's see if they learn from their mistakes and not do such obvious runs. 1st and goal this time. They need to score. They have to switch it up a little bit. Even if they want to run the football, let's get some type of creativity involved. And they literally ran it up the middle 3 times in a row. No special pulls or nothing like that. So here, empty backfield, 1st and goal. Tua looking, firing, incomplete. It was intended for the tight end, incomplete here. 2nd and goal. 2nd and goal. So Ollie Gordon is in now. 2 running backs in, Ollie Gordon and Achan. Looks like they're going to maybe potentially do some type of fake between the running backs. Hopefully set up something nice here. Here we go. Shotgun formation. Faking. Firing. Finding the man. And it is short. It is short. 1 yard short. It was Devon Achan that they were trying to get into the end zone. It almost worked. They got 3rd and goal. They're on about the 1 yard line. They will probably try to run this. But Washington stopped him on the 1 yard line. Setting up 3rd and goal. Setting up 3rd and goal. Here we go. 3rd and goal. All right, 3rd and goal. Handoff. Ollie Gordon. Touchdown. Touchdown to Ollie Gordon. Miami Dolphins tie it back up. Ollie Gordon with the touchdown. Touchdown, Ollie Gordon. Tie game. They vultured you, Cole and Andrew. They vultured you, Ollie Gordon. No. Oh my goodness. How, Sway? How? Oh my goodness. They gave it to Ollie Gordon. That helps nobody. Who starts Ollie Gordon? Nobody. It was a handoff too, so even the people quarterbacks didn't get nothing. Deshaun, how are you? Start two. Het, Trey Tucker, Christian Watson, Parker Washington. Okay, is this PPR league? Are you playing from behind or neutral? You're ahead. Um, Let me know what the dynamics of that matchup is as I start to give some analysis on this. So, some people already kind of asked about very similar situation. They basically asked Trey Tucker, Christian Watson, and Parker Washington. So I already kind of have some of this thought through. Where upside wise, Trey Tucker sounds nice because of what he's done on a couple weeks. But he's got the upside because it's happened before, but has it happened in a way where you're like, yes, he is an upside option? Not really, right? Like it happened like one time, right? It happened like one time for that upside, right? And so I'm kind of off of him, Trey Tucker. Uh Parker Washington, he has here, let's pull it up too. Let's pull these guys up. Let's pull this up. In terms of the passing defenses, there you go. In terms of passing defense, he has a difficult matchup, but uh, it's like who's the ball really gonna go to? Because all the injuries, you know, so he might in a PPR league he might not have a high ceiling right now, but he has a safe floor, I would say. Okay, so Deshaun, he's up by 20 because you're projected to win by 10 though. Okay, so we're still going along of the relatively neutral or you're gonna win performance, right? So um Trey Tucker's still out for me, right? Trey Tucker is still out for me. Parker Washington I think has a decently safe floor, right? You look at the defense that he uh you know is playing. I would say that Parker Washington with Brian Thomas Jr. We still have to confirm he was questionable earlier. He is inactive. So for sure Parker Washington is probably going to get usage, right? And you look at that matchup, it's one of the better matchups I would say, right? In terms of you can imagine that Chargers could probably score, and where you can hit the Chargers is they gave up 19 touchdowns and um, close to 2,700 yards. So over 200 yards a game, 250 yards a game, and over two touchdowns a game. And even with what's his name, Shaheed moving over there, like you have to envision Parker Washington how much they have used him. That since he's designated healthy right now and active, I would roll with him. Okay. In terms of the other guys, I think Christian Watson is a little riskier um in terms of like what are you expecting with Christian Watson, right? You're basically hoping for like two or three catches for like 70 yards, and you're hoping that one of those turns into a touchdown. I believe he only had 4 targets on each of his last 3 games since active, but let me pull that up to be sure. Um, yeah, 4 targets in each of the last 3 games. You know, even though the Giants is a fantastic matchup, like you look at the matchup, it looks fantastic. Green Bay doesn't like to rely on the pass, right? They like to rely on the run. So I think in terms of safety, right, Tetaroa makes more sense to me just because the target share and it's a PPR league, right, where you're expected to win right now. And I know the Falcons isn't necessarily a great matchup, and you don't necessarily think of Carolina as a huge what's it called? A huge uh passing offense. You know, we look at the target share of Christian Watson, it was what, 4 targets a game. You look at Tetaroa McMillan, and while he doesn't have a high ceiling in a PPR league, 8 targets, 6 targets, 10 targets, 5, 5, 8, 8, 8, right? 4 receptions, 3 receptions, 7 receptions, 5. Like to me, it's a little safer of a floor, even if the yardage is only, you know, not that crazy. But to me, Trey Tucker and Christian Watson, you're only playing them if you are needing upside. So for you, Deshaun, I would start Parker Washington and Tet due to floor and you projected to win. I hope that helps, Deshaun. Let me know if or if not. Drop a like if you can. Drop a like if you can. Much appreciated. Let me know if you disagree. But you're welcome, Deshaun. The Smitty, how are you? Start one. White, Montgomery, or Hunt? Oh man, this is tough. Are you expected to win or lose, or what's the dynamics there? That's a tough bunch right here. So I think I am the lowest on Montgomery. Oh, broken free. Someone's breaking free. Mariota breaking free. All right, there he goes. Getting into that scoring position. So the Smitty, sorry. Focus, Ryan. Focus. Focus. So I'm the lowest on Montgomery out of those options just because the Eagles' run defense is let's pull this up. Okay, we are on rushing defense now. So, you know, the Eagles defense is decently good, right? Um it's not like it's one of the worst options, but it's not like a great option. Their defense overall um is pretty good, but you know, I would say you're splitting work against a decently tough defense with um Montgomery, who, you know, he can pop off, but do you project him to pop off against Philly? That's tough for me to say. Denver's defense is good against Hunt. Is Pacheco out? I think he was leaning to being out, right? Let me see. He is out. Pacheco is out. So while they both have tough defenses, right? Denver and Philadelphia, you know, when you get, let's say, inside the 5 yard line, which is where the running back touchdowns matter the most, right? David Montgomery is he on his series if he is going to get the touchdown, right? Versus Kareem Hunt is like, I think pretty much every series, you know, they're going to give Kareem Hunt the goal line opportunity. That's what it looks like. So between those two guys, they both have tough defenses. I'm choosing Hunt. Now, how can I talk myself into Rashad White is PPR league um and and game script. So White, you know, he's playing the best matchup, okay? He's playing the best matchup because if you look at the Bills um are one of the best matchups. Wrong slide. Wrong slide. The Bills are 1,300 yards, 14 touchdowns, so over a touchdown a game. Um, and you would project, you know, the Bills to be able to score. So that's what I mean by game script. And you're just hoping, though, that he's used. So I personally lean Hunt in most situations, especially point 0.5 PPR and standard. The only reason I'd play White is if I needed upside and was praying for the touchdowns to fall into White's drives and receiving usage. Right? So I'm probably going to play Hunt in most situations. Uh but I could talk myself into Rashad White based off of the matchup, and if I needed, like, you know, was just hopeful that those 6 receptions were going to turn into 40 yards and a touchdown for White, and he was going to get 50 yards on the ground and a touchdown, right? Like, that's the only reason I could talk myself into White. Um, but most situations I'm playing Kareem Hunt because he still has touchdown upside, and he has the more locked in usage along the goal line. PPRs and needing points is the only reason that I would go with uh White, but I'm the lowest on Montgomery. I hope that helps you, Smitty. Let me know if not. Drop a like, guys, if you can. Much love to everybody participating. And then Flacco or Purdy. Ooh. Hmm. 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 Um, I since you have a good option in Flacco, right? I'm just trying to make sure he doesn't have a terrible matchup. Let me just make sure. He's playing the Steelers. That's a fine matchup. Okay. Since you have a week, I would wait on Purdy for a week. I mean, we never know what happens on first games back, right? And it's not like you're asking me like, should I play you know, Trevor Lawrence, right? No, you're asking me one of the best guys in the past like 4 weeks, Joe Flacco. Just ride that momentum, just ride that momentum. I'm okay riding that momentum. And if Purdy hits, you know, uh, oh well, right? But it's hard for me to say based on what Joe Flacco has done, you know, is he gonna produce crap? It's hard to say that, right? It's very hard to say that. So I'm okay like playing Joe Flacco. Let's rough numbers. Let's say he doesn't do that well and he gets 15 points, right? I think he'll get more than that. But like let's say he doesn't do well and he hits 15. What do you expect the ceiling of Purdy to be? I don't expect a 30-point ceiling from Purdy. I think 20 points would be great for him. And if that happens, okay, right? But like let's reverse the roles, based on what Flacco's done, and you start Purdy. He doesn't have a great matchup against Arizona. It's not fantastic, right? Let's put up the passing defenses. It's not like Arizona is the best matchup in the world, you know, uh to play. You look at Arizona on the left side, worst matchups. They've only allowed 10 passing touchdowns, so one touchdown a game. They have allowed 2,100 yards, right? So almost 200 yards a game, but they don't offer that many touchdowns passing. So, um, I would say play Flacco, right? You'd feel really dumb if Purdy scores 10 points and Flacco scores 30, which is possible, right? So that's what I would do. I would play Flacco, and just ride that momentum. Flacco and just ride the momentum of how well he is playing. Give Purdy a week to see how he looks on the field. Yeah, the conversation would be different if you were asking me quarterbacks in that iffy range, right? Like, oh, should I start JJ McCarthy or him? Should I start Trevor Lawrence or then it makes sense. But I think Flacco, there's no reason not to start Flacco, right? Besides, oh, regression. Oh, maybe he doesn't throw touchdowns. Well, like you can always say that, right? You can always say that, but just ride that momentum. 4th and goal here for the Commanders, getting stuffed on 3rd down, going for the touchdown, and a timeout. A timeout. Okay, what else? Cole, doing good. Hope you are too. I am doing good. You're going to the Chiefs Broncos game? Let's go, Cole. Let's go. I remember now. I remember that once you said that you're a Broncos fan. So while that's going to be a tough matchup. That's going to be fun, dude. That means that you're just on the other side of the mountains from me. Hopefully the weather's okay. I don't over here it's raining. Um, over here it's raining. What? You guys got you guys got good weather over there in Denver? No, not much wind. All right, you'll have a great time. You will have a great time. Have a great time at the game, Cole. Have a great time at the game. Enjoy that. Tell me all about it afterwards, okay? Tell me all about it afterwards and how the experience was. The Smitty, how's the rain by you? How'd you know it was raining here, man? How did you know it was raining here, the Smitty? Um, how is how is it? It's not bad actually. It's just been like barely drizzling here and there. Uh, it was projected to rain, I believe, today and then possibly snow tonight if it gets cold enough, but it's not bad. Um, I forced my wife yesterday to go fishing with me because of the because of the rain. I mean, she still had a good time, but oh, I'm not in SoCal anymore. I'm in Colorado. There's rain in SoCal. Oh, that's funny because there's rain here where I am too. I was like, how did you know? How did you know it was raining on this side of Colorado? I was like, that's crazy. Okay, so it's raining in SoCal. Is it a bad rain? Southern California is soaked and more forecast all week. Storms burn Southern California. Evacuations ordered. Holy smokes. Man killed as water pushes. Is it really that bad? Holy smokes. Really? Is it really that bad, the Smitty? Um, it's really that bad. You're saying this, Smitty. That's crazy. That is crazy. Well, what I can speak on that is so uh in how do I describe this? Yeah, I moved this year, right? But before I was in, Los Angeles, Orange County area. And, the past few years when the big storms or the El Ninos, they developed that atmospheric river terminology, right? Like when it's like not a hurricane, but it's like coming through or whatever. And so it sounds like you guys are kind of getting that right now. I hope you are okay. Is it really that bad where you're at? Um, but so I learned that terminology, right? And then uh come to Colorado, there's, obviously no shore next to us. So the hurricane or atmospheric river threats are a lot lower, right? There's still rain, but like those threats aren't as high. But then this year, like for the first time in like 30 or 50 years or something like that, a hurricane like went through like Baja California and got up to where we are at, and it was like an atmospheric river. They called it that in Colorado, even though it's like never quote unquote happened before, barely happens, and actually flooded my area too, the town over uh from me. So there was some major damage in that. I hope everything's okay with you, your family, your loved ones out in uh SoCal. I did not know the rain was that bad. I'll have to ask my family about it because my family is still, in Los Angeles, Southern California area. But that's crazy. No, I did not know that. I hope you're doing good, Smitty. I hope you're doing good. Have fun, Cole. Have fun. Hope you are well, Smitty. Stay dry. Stay dry. Stay dry. Man, no, I did not know that. SoCal weather. That is crazy. Flooding, down trees, slick roads. Oh man. Evacuation ordered. Yeah, they had to evacuate some places over here too. Oh, that's right, the fires. So the fires are making it worse, right? Because the ground is all dried out and so the water just runs. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. I didn't look too much in detail. I just kind of saw like headlines going over. So that's crazy. No, I did not hear about this. I hope you are okay though, Spinny. I did not hear about this. Have to ask my family how that is. All right, let's get back to the game. So 13-13, still tied game, 4 minutes left. What's it called? Red zone, or not red zone, sorry. 19-yard line, 2nd and 13. Tua's looking, finding his man, not finding his man. It was a drop. But the last drive, Washington tried to score on a 4th and goal, could not get it done. Turnover on downs. You're good. You're about to have chicken, waffles, and watch football. That's awesome. That is awesome. Did you make the chicken and waffles? Did you go somewhere like Roscoe's? There used to be a really good place called Dinah's by where my family's from that served. I used to get chicken and waffles there before I knew about Roscoe's. Flag Tua escaping on 3rd down and him getting sacked in the backfield. So whatever this flag is, it's probably a hold on the offense, right? Going to be declined. Washington's going to take the ball over. Wow. Yep, holding on the offense. But yeah, uh that sounds like a good day to be able to eat some good food and watch some football. Unfortunately, there's no places here that do chicken and waffles anymore. But that sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good. So 4th and 19, Miami is punting. Oh, and they drop the ball. And Washington drops the punt. I was literally thinking that as the ball was in the air. I was like, wouldn't that be crazy if if they muffed the punt right now? And they did. Oh my god, and they did. Oh my goodness. So fumble by the Washington receiving team. And that is just the one mistake that might end this game. That is the one mistake that might end this game, putting Miami basically in field goal range as is. 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. Wow, that was crazy. Wow, that was crazy. Oh my goodness. I don't even know what to think here. 4 minutes left. Fumble by Washington might end the game. It might end the game. Oh no. Oh my goodness. All right. Oops, I didn't update the score. That's right. I did not update the score. Been talking too much football. Been talking the footballs. All right, let's update this score real quick. Wow, I can't believe they just muffed. They can't believe they just muffed that punt. That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. All right, so we got 13-13. We got Miami able to just basically, I don't know if I forgot what exact yard line they might be on. I might be wrong. It might be too far of a field goal, but it's very close. I don't know if they're in field goal range yet or if they're going to need like 10-ish yards to make a solid field goal, but it's close. It's definitely close. It's not like they need that much. Wow, the one mistake in a critical time, mistakes matter at all times, but holy smokes. That was a very, very terribly timed mistake. That was not good. That was definitely not good. You said you needed that. You have Mariota going. You're playing against Mariota? Well, this is looking like, to me, a couple run opportunities for Devon Achane, and then a field goal to end this game. That's how I envision Miami trying to win this game right now. Devon Achane. It's got 10.1 right now. But holy smokes. Holy smokes. What is going to happen here? Can Miami pull out this win? I don't even know what to say. I do not even know what to say. All right, here we go. 1st and 10, 42-yard line. And handoff. Not much there. Ollie Gordon running. They are not using Devon Achane. That was Ollie Gordon. All right, so we got 3 minutes, 50 seconds left in this game. 2nd and 9. Washington has 2 timeouts. Miami has all 3 timeouts. So Miami can control this football game right here and win it on their terms. Here we go. Shotgun formation. Man in motion. Handoff. Achane, run in, get in the 1st down. 1st down. I think this is the game. A new set of downs. They get to keep dropping the clock. Washington has 2 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. All the Dolphins really need is another 1st down, and they can run out the clock and kick a field goal to win this. So Mike McDaniels and the Miami Dolphins look like they're about to win this game. So anything could happen, but it is their game to use. You're playing Mariota. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, does not look like the quarterbacks are going to get any more opportunities this game. It's going to be all Devon Achane and kicker, I bet. Devon Achane, Ollie Gordon, and kicker. But this is going down to the 2-minute warning. Okay, a timeout was taken. Washington took a timeout. All right, so Commanders take the timeout. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Oh, wow. Everybody said Miami's going to win this. Everybody said Miami's going to win, and you guys are all going to be right. You guys are all about to be right. All right. So let's see what happens here. We got 2-minute warning and one more timeout for Washington. This is 2nd and 5. So they have to stop the run. They have to stop Devon Achane and the run. I don't know if they could do that. 2nd and 5. The worst thing they could, and Achane's got the 1st down. And Achane's got the 1st down. This game is over. Oh, but he was pushed out of bounds. So technically no. So they are now in the red zone. It's 1st and goal. 2 minutes, 29 seconds left. Devon Achane, 1st and goal. 2 minutes and 29 seconds left. Here we go. So Commanders got 1 timeout. And they run it with Achane up the middle. Nothing there. Last timeout. Last timeout taken by Washington. So here it goes. It's 2 minutes and 24 seconds left. 2 minutes and 24 seconds left. Washington will have one more timeout due to the 2-minute warning. So this is close. Many celebrations and much love to everybody out there. All right. Here we go. This is crazy. Washington has to make a stand here. Has to make a stand here. They got to hope that they can limit them to a field goal. They only have the 2-minute warning as a timeout left. So here you go, 2nd and goal. There's a pitch. Achane, does he get there? They're saying Achane is just short of the goal line, half a yard short. 3rd and goal. 3rd and goal is going 2-minute warning. Here they go. 3rd and goal, 2-minute warning. Oh man, this is close. 3rd and goal. Much love to everybody. All right. Let's see. Will Miami pull out the touchdown? Mariota will probably get the ball back. He probably will get the ball back. I mean, if it depends on the all right, so here's where coaching philosophy is going to come way into play, right? Is like some coaches, now that there's a 2-minute warning, if they trust their defense, they're going to basically take the knee, right, to move the field goal into position, drain the clock 40 seconds, and then basically like take the field goal, right? Lower it so that there's only like a minute left, and then trust the defense. But it kind of can also, another style will be to quarterback sneak this and try to take the touchdown, right? And then force the other team to go the entire distance of the field. So there's 2 different coaching philosophies here. Since Miami's defense is nothing to write home about, I imagine they're going to go for the touchdown here with like a rush by Tua. And that's kind of how I see it. Ezekiel, how are you? Should you flex James Cook or Rico Dowdle? How do you have this option, man? What the heck? This is how that I that I'm at a I'm at a loss for words. I am at a loss for words because that sounds too good to be true to be able to have to make a choice like this. So I'm pulling up the defenses. Let me look up the matchups. Rico Dowdle's playing Atlanta, I believe. Okay, here, wait. 3rd and goal. Here's the game. Takes the snap. Devon Achane stuffed. He is stuffed. All right, so there goes the clock. So Falcons are playing the Panthers, and the Bills are playing the Bucks. Okay, Falcons are playing the Panthers. Bills are playing the Bucks. So if we look at the defenses here, both are in fantastic usage situations on their team, right? Game script wise, we kind of look at the Bills as being able to score. Panthers is a little more questionable, but we'll see, right? So we look at the rushing defenses here, and you look at the Bucks giving up a little less than 100 yards a game, a little less than a touchdown a game. So pretty tough defense, right? You look at Atlanta on the defensive end, allowing 1,300 yards and 8 touchdowns. So a little bit more yardage for the Falcons. They're not a slam dunk play, but it's a little better, right? So hold on, give me a sec. Give me 1 second. There's some spam in this chat. So I would say I would probably pay Rico Dowdle, right? I would probably say that I would play Rico Dowdle. Um, but it's close. Uh, go go with your gut if you feel one over the other. Just my reasoning behind Rico Dowdle is like I look at them as both uh great options, highly used in um their offense, right? Since Rico Dowdle has taken over, you know, he did have a tough game uh against Buffalo, right? Um and so uh James Cook, you know, he's he's being used heavily, and he has some receptions. I think he has a little more variability in his outcomes of possibilities. So I personally would play Rico Dowdle over Cook. But again, these are both like 1A versus 1B. So if you have a feeling, go with your gut, right? Just take what I'm telling you as feedback. Both of these are great options, Ezekiel, but I would go Dowdle over Cook. I at least hope that helps you um uh a little bit. Drop a like if it does, or you can. Much love to you or your team, Ezekiel. Let me know if you disagree with anything. The Smitty says they have to let them score. Never mind. And they went for it on fourth down. They didn't take the field goal. This is why I guess I am not a NFL coach, because I would have taken the field goal. There, I would not have gone for it on fourth down. So, yeah, essentially, yeah. And I got the spammer. Thank you, the Smitty. I did. All right, and Debo Samuel catching a pass. Um, wow, I can't believe Washington now has time to win this game. This is crazy. Fan first, how are you? JJ or Knicks? Oh man. Oh man. I don't like either of those options, but let's do some analysis. JJ's playing at home versus the Bears. Let's look at the passing defenses instead of these rushing defenses. When you look at the Bears, they're a pretty good matchup, right? They're a pretty good matchup. They allow about 200 yards a game, and they allow about 2 touchdowns a game. So, while I don't like McCarthy's usage, I also don't like Bo Nix's consistency, right? So there's something not to like there about both. I like the Bears matchup here. Nix is playing the uh Chiefs, right? And if you look at the Chiefs, that matchup's tough. 1,700 yards, 9 touchdowns. So essentially for Knicks, it comes down to, either Kansas City's offering less than a touchdown a game passing. So the question is do you believe Bo Nix to be able to either get a touchdown on his feet or, a bunch of yards on his feet to make up for it? I personally don't like either option, but I'm willing to bet on the matchup of the Bears. So I just really don't like Knicks' inconsistency. If you needed a ceiling, that's the reason I say I could go with Knicks, because he can just randomly pop off for 2 rushing touchdowns or something like that, right? So most situations, I'll play JJ for the matchup. However, if you need a ceiling, that's the reason I would do Knicks, but he has a bad matchup, right? So you're basically relying on rushing. I hope that helps you, fam. First, let me know if or if not. Much love to you. Drop a like if you can. Hope you win. This video, yes, they were stopped. They were definitely stopped, and it looks like the Commanders are going to get an opportunity to kick a field goal here. I don't know why Miami went for it on fourth down. It's looking like if they would have kicked a field goal, they would have some chance here. Not sure what McDaniels was thinking here. Alt. Altube? Alt. I'm going to call you Alt. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Tracy Jr. or Monty, full PPR. So let's look at the rushing defenses. So Monty, I kind of did some analysis on earlier. He's playing Philly, right? And he's not like Kareem Hunt where he is guaranteed all the uh goal line usage in a split. He is legitly in a split backfield. Meaning they're not going to put him in if Jamar Gibbs is on the drive, right? Unless Jamar Gibbs needs a rest or something like that. But vice versa could happen too. Right? Tracy is also in a split backfield, so it's not like he is anything to say he has more quote unquote security or anything like that. He's also playing the Packers. Now, we look at the matchup for both of these guys, Packers is a shutdown defense. They're both in split backfields. I don't know if there's enough data to say like does Tracy get so much using in the passing game that you can expect him to make it up, right? 1 reception, 3 reception, 2 receptions, 2-4-2. So he gets some usage, but it's not like anything to bank on. I don't know if that's the right word, bank on. So if all things are the same, I guess I would go Monty because they both don't have great matchups. We're not sure if one of them has, way more passing usage than the others. So I'm just going to bank on the offense of Detroit and just hope I get a piece of it, right? So I would go Monte over Tracy. I don't like it, but that's what I would do. Let me know if you disagree. Alt. Much love to you and your team. Wishing you the best. No good. No good. No good. Extended game. What is going on, guys? What is going on here? What is going on? Field goal is no good. Setting up 10 seconds left. Field goal was no good. Field goal was no good, guys. What is going on? This is a crazy ending. Even though it's only a 13-13 game, this is such an exciting ending to the game because both teams are just miscuing like crazy. You got the dropped punt. You got the failed goal line attempts on both teams. Nobody taking points. If anybody would have taken points, the game will be over. But instead, it looks like we're headed to overtime. All right, fan first says Juwan Jennings or Woody Marks in PPR. Ooh, that's a great question. Without looking at anything, I'm taking Woody Marks. But let's do some analysis. So Juwan Jennings looked extremely solid, right? He looked extremely, extremely solid. Wow, Waddle dropped the ball. The ball's way behind Waddle. That could have been the game right there too for our field goal attempt. Okay, so let's look at this, right? Juwan Jennings was locked and loaded, playing extremely well. You have 2 variables. Brock Purdy coming in, which could help you because he had a good connection with Jennings, but you don't know, right? It's just a variable. And then the other variable is excuse me. All right, so it's possible, right? That he does not get the usage that he's been having. Pecking order of targets, you got George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey, 1A and 1B, right? And then you also have Ricky Pearsall and Jennings. So there's a lot of mouths to feed there. The question is, do you see like a 40 plus pass attempt game with the 49ers? When you look at the defense of the defense of the Cardinals for the passing, they're not necessarily a great matchup, even though you think they would be. Okay, so if you look at
towards the bottom of the matchups. The Cardinals give 2,100 yards a game, so that's about 200 yards a game, right? But then they do 10 touchdowns, so like barely a touchdown a game. So your touchdown upside of Jennings is a little bit capped based on the matchup, I think, right? Woody Marks is a little bit risky in the sense that like it seems like his usage is going to be better, but you don't really know, right? You don't really know. But I would trust it, right? Just as much as there is variability in the San Francisco like pecking order of targets, there's also variability in the Houston run game, but it seems that they're moving in the direction of Woody Marks. But then here's the kicker of why I choose Woody Marks, right? If you look at the matchup, who are they playing? They are playing the Tennessee Titans, right? The Houston Texans. And is that a good matchup? And when you look at the rushing defense, the answer is undeniably yes. Yes, it's a good matchup. 1,270 yards a game, so over 100 yards a game rushing, 15 touchdowns, so like a touchdown and a half a game rushing against the Titans. So the matchup is looking really good for Woody Marks. You look at what you expect the game flow to be like as well. Houston's defense is awesome, right? The Titans' offense is terrible. So you imagine Houston leading this entire game, right? Trying to run the clock out using the run. So even if they bring Chubb or somebody else into it, I think there'll be enough attempts there against a really bad rush defense where Woody Marks should be able to get the edge. So I would go Woody Marks over Juwan Jennings. Um, but let me know if you disagree. I hope that helps you. Drop a like if you can. Our first fan first. Much love to you and your team. Hopefully that helps you, fan first. Let me know if not. The Smitty says you'll take an overtime. I will take overtime too. Look at all this spam. Don't worry, Smitty. I'll get them quickly out this time. That is handled. But yes, that is fixed. I took out the spam. Thanks for that shout out last time. All right, so it looked like Devon Achane got a bunch of garbage yards on that last drive. So wow, he's already up to 16.8 half point PPR points after that drive. So Devon Achane has magically come through in the fourth quarter to save the day for everybody's fantasy days. Let's see. 48. Here we go. All right. Put this down. Mega Brick, how are you? I will answer you in 1 second. I'm just updating something on the screen real quick. Share. All right. This is good. So here we go. All right. This is updated. All right. Here we go. Updated that. Mega Brick says start QJ or Metcalf. All right, so Metcalf kind of sucks as an option because of how well he's been playing recently, which is not good. I have Metcalf, so I can say I share that pain with you. So let's look at the passing defenses here right now, right? And when it comes to the matchups, you got the Chargers going against the Jaguars, right? And you got the Steelers going against the Bengals. So you think that both matchups are pretty good, right? That's what you would figure. You look at the opportunity against the Jaguars, they give up 21 touchdowns and about 2,400 yards. So about 200 yards and 2 touchdowns a game playing against the Jaguars passing. So QJ does have, some appeal. The Bengals as well, similarly, right around the same stats, 200 yards and 2 touchdowns a game. Bengals are known to be hit against the tight end. Now, both people, right, have variability in targets just because of the opportunities, right? There's an interception that just happened, and the Miami Dolphins take over. So, I think both of them are a uh roulette, you're hoping you hit style offense. Both of them, are in a position where it's kind of like touchdown, touchdown or nothing. So to you, Mega Break, it comes down to like who do you think has the better opportunity to catch the touchdown? I personally am leaning QJ over Metcalf just based on past projections. However, if you feel Metcalf for some reason, go for it. We look at these defenses, both of them have good matchups. So it just depends to you. Who do you think, right, is the more reasonable person what's it called to score that, right? Touchdown. So if you feel that it's Metcalf, go for him. I think it's going to be QJ, so that's why I chose it, but you could flip back and forth either way. Full PPR, Ferguson or Andrews. I think I'm going to go with um sitting Andrews in this situation. Ferguson, I feel like in a PPR league is a lot safer. Andrews is kind of like you either catch the touchdown or you don't, right? And um while he's been doing that at a high rate, if you're willing to take that risk, maybe you can go for that. But I think Ferguson has upside, right? I think he has upside. And I also don't think you're necessarily losing out on the upside. Hopefully that helps you. Drop a like if you can. Much, much appreciated. SMU Nation, how are you? Start to DK Metcalf, Keenan Allen, Jameson Williams. Jameson Williams, I'll take the usage these past weeks and the upside that he's recently been having. Dan Campbell's now calling the play calls, and he likes Jameson Williams. I think that's why he popped off last week, and I could foresee that happening again. These other two guys, DK Metcalf and Keenan Allen, you're basically I basically just went over this analysis, but insert QJ instead of Keenan Allen, right? So it's who do you think is going to have a better opportunity to catch the touchdown, Keenan Allen or DK Metcalf? That's kind of up to you. When we look at their past usage, neither of them sticks out as like, oh, I think there's reasoning for this person to catch more of a touchdown than the other. They're both not, in the most great past 4 weeks worth of you know usage. So it comes down to me for you. Who do you think has the better chance to catch the touchdown, right? DK Metcalf or Keenan Allen based on their roles. I personally trust Justin Herbert more than Aaron Rodgers. And I think, either or is a coin flip. So I'm gonna go Keenan and Jameson. However, you know, it's a coin flip between Keenan and DK. So if you just feel that, DK is gonna catch the touchdown, trust your intuition. Go with what that is. But I'm playing Keenan and Jameson in that matchup. Hopefully that helps you. Much love to all of you, everybody in your guys' teams. Hopefully that helps you guys decide. But right now we got what looks like going to be a win by Miami um, because they got the interception. They're running the ball up the middle, and it's just if you have uh, what's it called? Here it goes. Here comes the win, and it's good. There it is. It's good. The field goal is good. And Miami wins against Washington. Wow. Just wow. That was crazy. That was crazy. Wow. All right, so there we go. That is the first game. And Devon Achan with 19 points here. Half PPR points. So I'm getting destroyed. What a good start for my opponent. Hopefully that was a good start for all of you. I know there was other people who needed Devon Achan to do well. So hopefully he got you guys enough points there. So we can end this poll. Miami did win. Miami did win. I can't believe it. I don't know what to even think of how this game ended. I don't know. I do not know. All right. Devon Achan coming through for everybody. Miami winning this game. And I know a lot of people needed Devon Achan. Hope Devon Achan got everyone enough points. Drop any questions or comments in chat. Hey, We Buy Homes, how are you? What's the highlight? How is life going? Hopefully you are doing well. Hopefully you are doing well. Oh, We Buy Homes, are you the man who started Travion Henderson? Wait, are you the one who started? Oh, it is you. It is you. Right? That was what? It was Henderson. Who it was Henderson over who? I can't remember who it was. Henderson. It was a tough call from what I remember. Who was it? It was Henderson over who did we start Henderson over? It was Henderson over Kyren. That's right. That's right. It was Henderson over Kyren. I forgot. But thank you, sir. I mean, I did not. It's easier for me to say than do, right? But wow, I can't believe that worked out for you. Look at these celebrations. Much love to you and your team. Drop a like if you can, my guy. Much appreciated if you could drop a like. But wow, yes, that worked out for you so well. Henderson went nuts. What's it called? Yards per carry, not so great. But touchdown usage, oh my goodness. What does this guy have now? 5 touchdowns in 2 games? Insane. But congrats to starting Henderson. Wow. Yeah, because that was a bold call. That was definitely a bold call for you to make that start. Most people probably would have played Kyren in that situation, but congrats to you on that start. You probably have a good lead. Great job, We Buy Homes. Thank you so much. Let me know if you have any other thoughts or questions, but much love to you and your team. Thank you to everybody who's participating, to all who participate in chat. Of course, We Buy Homes. Another tough one. Let me know. Let me know what you got for me. All right. Spam's coming in chat. We gotta hide this user. There we go. All right, here we go. In a standard league, who will I flex? Ibuka, Kyren, or T. Higgins? That's tough. That is tough. That is tough. Let me think about this for a second. So, how do I want to describe this to you? I think so. In a standard league, 9 times out of 10 for me, because I started on standard, right? Most of my leagues I played was standard. And out of the data, I can say is that 9 times out of 10 in a standard league, in that flex, it makes more sense if you're going position versus position, right? As in, wide receiver ones being, Ibuka and T. Higgins versus a running back one, or roughly speaking, right? It typically makes more sense to play the um the running back, right? Because you're guaranteed usage on the course of the year. There's typically more touchdowns going to running backs than wide receivers, typically more overall yardage. Um, so to me, Kyren is probably the quote unquote safest play, because even if you play um a bad defense, like Romo Dunze showed it 2 weeks ago or whatever, right? It is possible as a wide receiver for you to not get hardly any catches, um, even against a good matchup, right? It is possible. Um, so I don't know if you're winning, losing, what the projections are in this matchup. So if I'm winning, I'm for sure taking um Kyren, right? Uh if I'm losing, that's where then the upside makes sense. Especially because the Seahawks defense is really good against the run. So let's look at these matchups real quick. We got T. Higgins playing the Steelers, which is a decent matchup, right? And we got Ibuka playing the Bills at Buffalo. Uh, I heard to double check Buffalo's weather. So I'm going to do that real quick. There's potential high wind in this Buffalo game, which can affect the down threat opportunities. Man, this is really tough. I have a hard time sitting Ibuka even in wind, right? Even in wind. I have a hard time sitting T. Higgins based on what he's done. And when I look at your projections are 82% in favor of you. Okay. With that being said, I'm even leaning even more to Kyron's, because like if your projections are there, right, then you probably need more so of the safe floor, which Kyron is in a sense, right? You look at what he's been able to do against strong running defenses. 18 carries against Houston for 66 yards. See, less than 4 carry, but he got the touchdown and he got 66 yards. Philadelphia, 20 carries, 94 yards, right? Touchdown receiving. He does get work in the receiving game. I know there's no PPR value, but that's still yards and potential touchdowns, right? So I think I would play Kyren. Um, it's hard to say that, right? It's hard to say to sit Ibuka and to sit Higgins, but for floor in a standard, I'd take running back in flex, especially with matchup of Ibuka and possible target share of Chase versus Higgins. So I would take Kyren um in this situation. But let me know if you disagree. Let me know if you disagree. But you being projected to win by 82%, um, I'm taking the I'm taking the floor, right, of Kyren usage, right? Guaranteed probably 15 touches, even though Seattle's defense is super, super tough. You can imagine Sean McVay being creative enough to get Kyren the ball in the right way. And you can also see that, even against tough defenses, it's not like he was completely shut out of previous games. So I'm going Kyren. I hope that helps you. Let me know if or if not we buy homes. But much love to you and your team. Hopefully that helps you. Hopefully that helps you. Everybody, make sure to check your lineups for any last minute um, injuries or changes or things that could happen, right? Um, Drake London is activated. BTJ was not. So we shall see uh, how things go. But just double check your lineups to make sure everybody is healthy. Make sure You guys all got your players in, and everything like that. So hopefully, hopefully we have some good football here in this first slate. That helps. You're welcome. Much love, my brother. Hopefully you win this week. Much love to you and your team. We buy homes. Let me know if anything else. And appreciate the support with any likes, anybody, and all these questions. Much love. Marlo, how are you? ETN or by Dell? That's a great question. Let me pull up my scores here. Let me go for the scores here. So they're playing each other. They're playing each other. I would go with ETN, and here's why. Um, Rushing defenses. So you got Jacksonville playing the Chargers, right? And you look at these rushing defenses, the Jaguars are beaten through the air, okay? And that's Justin Herbert's specialty. You look at the Jaguars defense, 800 yards allowed, one of the worst matchups, the fourth on the left, right? Only 6 touchdowns a game. So that upside opportunity for rushing for Vidal is not that high, right? He would have to beat them in the passing game, which is possible. But if you just look at the rushing opportunity by itself, Jaguars not so good. You look at the rushing opportunities for ETN. The Chargers gave up 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns, so roughly 100 yards and a touchdown a game. So the opportunity to run against the Chargers is a little better than the Jags. So I would play ETN with all things else the same. I think he has a better matchup and opportunity. So I would do ETN over Vidal regardless of PPR or standard. Hopefully that helps you, Marlo. Let me know if you agree or disagree. Much love to you and your team, sir. Drop a like if you can. But much love to you. We buy homes. Who would I go for the upside play? Ooh, that's a great question. Who would I say? Thanks so much. You also have Gatson, so going with ETN. You have both sides of the ball. I love doing that sometimes too. It makes the game more interesting, right, Marlo? So much love to you and your team. Hopefully that helped you. Drop a like if you can. But much love to you and your team, Marlo. Hopefully you win. So the upside play. Who would I go with between Ibuka and Higgins? So that's a great question. Let me look at the weather too of the Steelers game. Let me see. Pittsburgh weather. Let me just double check. It said it was fine earlier. Ooh, there's some wind potential here too. Okay. So weather, all things the same, both of those guys don't have great weather. Okay. Both of those guys don't have great weather. So if we're going purely matchup, then we just have to look at the pure stats for these guys. So where's the passing defenses? Here it is. All right. So we got the Bills as one of the worst matchups for passing defenses. Okay. They've allowed 1,700 yards a game, so about 150 yards, but only 9 touchdowns. So less than a touchdown a game playing against the Bills. Okay. The Steelers, on the other hand, where are they? The Steelers, on the other hand, for T. Higgins, I know they're a better matchup, but I can't find them. Why can't I find them right now? Why can't I find them on this list? I know they're a better matchup, but am I blind? I'm blind. Why can't I find them? 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16. Why can't I find them? Where are they on this list? Let me just Google this. NFL defenses stats. For some reason, I don't know why they're not coming up. So defense, passing, Steelers. Okay, here it is. So Steelers are 2,600 yards and 15 touchdowns. So they're one of the best matchups. Oh, that's why. They're way up there. So Steelers offer 15 touchdowns and 2,600 yards. So both things being the same. Um, the difference I would say is Ibuka's the number 1, T. Higgins is the number 2, right? Oh man, sorry guys, so much spam in the chat. Let me hide all this. Users all came while I was looking away. I would play Higgins. Higgins upside over Ibuka just because of matchup where Bills don't allow many passing touchdowns. I hope that makes sense. I think there's more touchdown upside with Higgins. All things the same between those two, with both having tough weather. So that's what I would say. Hopefully that helps you. We buy homes or makes sense. Let me know if you disagree. Marlo says, oh yeah, going on both sides of the football. Thank you so much. All right, cool. I'm caught up on the comments and the questions. Let me know if you have anything else. Thank you so much to all who asked questions. Drop any more as the next set of games start. Let me get the studio set up for everything. Dang, Devon Achane did so much work on me. All right. Here we go. Let's get these games up and going. Kickoff is happening. Drop any starter sit if you have them. We are going into the early games. I will get my stuff updated all right now. So let me see. That is going good. I gotta switch this Spain game into early games, right? For week 11. Let's see what's going to be the spotlight game of the week. Which game should we focus on for this early slate? What's going to be the most exciting, most impactful game to the league? I would say probably Bucks versus Bills, right? I would say Bucks versus Bills is probably going to be the biggest impact to the league. So we'll make that one the spotlight game. And when did Buffalo make their freaking thing red? That's why I keep missing them. I thought their symbol was always blue. But I guess they changed it. All right. Here we go. So Bucks Bills kicking off now. That will be the live score to follow for the game. Let's get this updated. And then who should be the fantasy star player of this game? Who should be the spotlight? Devon Achane did work. Devon Achane did work in the spotlight. That was painful playing against him, but for those of you who had him, I'm glad that you had him. Let's see. Who will be fun to track for this morning game? Feel free to drop any suggestions, comments, questions, but we are going to need some points coming back from behind against Devon Achane. Let's see. Who can we say? Well, hopefully, let's do Jaylen Warren. I hope Jaylen Warren can live up to the expectations. Um, that he's got big shoes to fill this week. Everybody placed him as a running back one based on the matchup. Hopefully, he can fill those shoes because I have him slated against Devon Achane. I know that's a very, very slim chance, guys, so don't make fun of me of having to play Jaylen Warren versus Devon Achane. But hopefully that does okay. So we'll make him the spotlight. We got the game going for Bills versus Bucks. We got everything set up now, so let's get some commentary going, get some red zone up and at 'em. Drop any questions below, any comments. Who do you want to win? Oh, we can set up a poll too. That's the other thing I'll do. Right. We'll start a poll. Who will win? Who is gonna win, guys? Who is gonna win? Bucks or the Bills? Who's gonna win? Bucks or the Bills? Who will win? This is gonna be a crazy game, I think. Who will win? Who will win? The Bucks or the Bills? We're all wanting a good game in that game, right? All right. So everything's getting started here. We got the Bucks 3rd and 1, trying to get to midfield. They get it. They get it. All right, so Bucks drive continues on 1st down. And we got everybody coming through. Pittsburgh went for a QB sneak on 3rd and 1, and they got it. That is so funny. Don't damage Rodgers in the You gotta protect Rodgers. He's Oh no, he didn't do the QB sneak. Tight end did. All right, here we go. So we got Mike Tomlin in team, 1st and 10, 33-yard line. Man in motion, fakes the handoff. Rodgers looking, firing, finding his man. DK Metcalf for a 1st down. There you go. Good to see DK Metcalf getting some work. We got Jameis Winston on his 1st drive, dropping back, looking deep, of course, finding his man, Wan'Dale Robinson for 20 yards. Let's go. Let's go, guys. The games are getting started here. Much love and celebrations to you and your team. We got a 3rd and 9, and we got conversion for a 1st down happening for the Houston Texans. Much love to you and your fantasy teams. Drop any questions or comments below as these first drives get started on these early games. We got Tampa Bay versus the Bills. Vote on that up in this vote on it up in our chat. We got a poll going. Who's gonna win? We got right now Tampa Bay on the field, 2nd and 8. 2nd and 8 for Tampa. They are past midfield, the 40-yard line. Tampa Bay marching down the field. Here we go. Shotgun formation. Mayfield dropping back. Looking. 2nd and 8. Firing. Finding his man. Maybe a gain of about a yard for Sterling Shepard, but not much there. We got the Chargers that they're showing to, flashing to on 3rd and 8. Looking, and they were short of the 1st down. That was Ladd McConkey trying to get the 1st down. Completion was there, but not there. And we got showing a Jaylen Warren run and him breaking free for some good yardage. Oh, nice run by Jaylen Warren. And nobody could tackle this man. Him trying to hurdle a guy, breaking the tackles. 3rd and 8 for Baker Mayfield, dropping back. Here he goes, looking, and he fires and hits his man, Tez Johnson, and the ball's fumbled somehow. All right, pitch out to Kenneth Gainwell, and nowhere to go. So 2nd down. Not sure why they put Kenneth Gainwell in. Maybe give Jaylen Warren a rest. Tez Johnson What? But everybody bobbling the football. Nobody got it. Not active receiver hitting the ground. So they essentially wipe the play. It will be a 4th down. Good officiating. And so now we got Jameis Winston and team on a 1st and goal. Jameis Winston, can he get his first touchdown this year? And Kenneth Gainwell scoring the touchdown. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Kenneth Gainwell scoring the touchdown. Vulturing my man, Jaylen Warren. So you had Aaron Rodgers, touchdown, Kenneth Gainwell. And we got Jameis Winston and team scoring a touchdown. Touchdown, Jameis Winston to Devin Singletary. So Devin Singletary getting the touchdown here. So touchdowns. There we go. There we go. Kenneth Gainwell and Devin Singletary, the backup running backs for each, getting theirs. So David Mills trying to march his team. He's in the red zone, potentially kicking a field goal. But all right, we got a couple touchdowns on the first drives. Jameis Winston. Everybody probably wanted to see that, right? Everybody probably wanted to see that. All right, we got Jaylen Warren at 4.3 points. Jaylen Warren at 4.3 points. All right, so we got 3rd and 11 for 3rd and 11. And Mills dump off. Looks like it's going to be a field goal. Tampa Bay challenged the ruling. They think Tez Johnson made the catch. And so the question is did he take it with possession to the floor and then the floor create the fumble? It's a bang bang play. Kind of looks like a reach to try to convert that into a 1st down. So we'll see what that ends up turning out to be. We shall see. All right. No good on the field goal attempt, but a whistle and a flag. So we'll see what happens. They're calling it against Tennessee, it looks like. Oh, no. First down. Wow. So missed field goal by Houston, and on the missed field goal, Tennessee ends up committing a personal foul. So there's going to be a 1st down. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. They tried to go through the gap against the snapper, but they call them for a penalty that negates the missed field goal, and the Texans are back on the field. They are back on the field now. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, so Woody Marks now has a chance to score. So hopefully for all of you who played Woody Marks, you will get yours here. Oh, offensive holding. Dang. Dang, dang, dang. They're showing JJ McCarthy overthrowing Justin Jefferson. This is what I mean by I'm not high on Justin Jefferson based on the opportunity. You know, it doesn't look good when he's getting overthrown every other time. And Bryce Young getting his. All right. Bryce Young marching it towards the red zone now. Bears will be taking over. Here we go. Davis Mills. making his first and goal. Rico Dowdle not getting much. So remember, guys, there's now a goal line opportunity for Houston after a personal foul by the Titans on the field goal attempt, and the field goal attempt was missed. Field goal attempt was missed. So here we go. 18-yard line. Carolina Panthers, 2nd and 7. And handoff. Not. Oh, wow. Rico Dowdle getting the pile to move a bit. Looked like it was going to be stuffed, but he got the pile to move a bit. It'll be 3rd down. Got Davis Mills on 2nd and goal, looking, firing. He finds his man, but where the feet down, they say no. So it's going to be a 3rd and goal. The Bills. Oh my goodness. And Josh Allen commits the interception in his own end zone, and the Bucs are now on the goal line. The Bucs are now on the goal line within the 10-yard line. 1st and goal opportunity from the 6 or 7. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. So now Sean Tucker's on the field for the Bucs. 2nd and goal. Josh Allen throwing a terrible interception. Here we go. And we got 1st and goal for Bryce Young after Teteroa McMillan completion. So here we go. 1st and goal for the Panthers. Man in motion. And here he goes. Bryce Young looking, and he's sacked. He's sacked back at the 13-yard line. So it's going to be 2nd and goal and about 13 yards. On the 5-yard line here, 2nd and goal are the Bucs. Handoff. Sean Tucker looking. Nothing there. Nothing there. So 3rd and goal. 3rd and goal. So here we go. 3rd and goal for the Bucs. 2nd and goal. Here we go for the Panthers on the 12-yard line. Shotgun formation. They just got sacked. 4 seconds on the play clock. Here it goes. Looking. There's a flag. And he gains about 2 or 3, but we'll see what the flag is. Looks like either that's going to be offsides. Yep. It did look like it was. It did look like he came early across the line. So 3rd and goal for Mayfield here. 5-yard line for Baker Mayfield. Firing in the end zone. Too high. Looking for Ibuka. 4th and goal. Great defensive stand by the Bills. 4th and 5. I imagine they'll kick a field goal, but maybe they go for it on 4th and goal. But I imagine the Bucs will kick a field goal here. 2nd and goal for Bryce Young on the 7-yard line. Here it goes. Fake the handoff. Finds his man. It looks like Tech got a touchdown. Touchdown. Teteroa McMillan. Touchdown. Those of you who played Teteroa McMillan should be happy. I know somebody asked me about it. But Bryce Young to Teteroa McMillan. Touchdown. Touchdown. All right. Touchdown for Teteroa McMillan. 3rd and goal here for Houston on the 7-yard line. 3rd and goal. 3rd and goal. Here they go. Pressure's coming. Mills throws, and he's short of the touchdown. It'll be 4th and goal at about the 1.5-yard line. So we will see if they stay on. If they stay on or not. The Bengals, 3rd and 6. They're showing Flacco. And the Bengals are at midfield after a 1st down. 1st down for Cincinnati. 4th and goal here for Houston. Woody Marks in the backfield. It's 4th and goal on the 1-yard line. Man in motion. Fakes the handoff. Play action. And he's sacked. And he is sacked. Wow. Turnover on downs. Turnover on downs. That was great defense by Tennessee. Kind of funny play calling by Houston. Not sure why they wouldn't take the field goal, knowing how good their defense is. All right, 2nd and 3, they're showing Minnesota. And they're showing nothing fun for Minnesota. It's going to be 3rd and 5 after a loss. So much love to everybody. All right, here they go. They're showing Chase Brown breaking free. And he got a 15-yard gain. So Chase Brown getting his team a 1st down. Ha, that rhymed. All right, we're on the 39-yard line with Minnesota. They got 3rd and 7, backing up, looking. McCarthy firing downfield and off the tips of the fingers of Jordan Addison. No good. It's going to be 4th and 7. They're going to give it back to Caleb Williams and the Bears. Oh, man. That sucks. That was so close. That was so close. He saw that. That was actually a really good throw. Just slightly off the fingertips of Addison. I don't know. I would not call that a missed throw. That was pretty good. Just slight miscue, I guess. Off the fingertips. Slightly out of reach. It's a good play. Just no conversion. All right. Marching on the red zone is Joe Flacco and team. And there's a flag. And they're finding T. Higgins for a touchdown. But there is a flag, which looks like it's going to be a hold on the offense. It was thrown in the backfield. We'll see what they call. Oh, and T. Higgins gets to keep the touchdown. Penalties decline. Hands to the face. Flacco to Higgins for the touchdown. For the touchdown. There you go. There you go. T. Higgins for the touchdown. Joe Flacco to T. Higgins. And I am sorry, We Buy Homes, if you're still here. But T. Higgins hit his upside with the touchdown right there. So T. Higgins with the touchdown. Boom. High game. Terrific start in this Cincinnati Steelers game that had like 100 points last time. Let's see. Let's hope this one can go crazy too. And the Bucs kicked the field goal and they got it. The Bills have a 61-yard return. Mecole Hardman bringing his team across midfield. That is a spark to hopefully get them back going. We're showing here Green Bay and Jordan Love trying to make something happen. And Romeo Doubs dropping the football. So the Giants maintain their 7-0 lead. Here we go. Penalty on an extra point. So they're going for 2 and no good. And Chase Brown gets stopped on the 2-point. So 7-6 is Steelers leading, stopping that 2-point conversion. Josh Allen taking the field, almost in the red zone, fires, and the ball's tipped up in the air and almost intercepted. Holy smokes. 4th and 4. Probably kicked a field goal to tie. They're showing Atlanta, Michael Penix firing, finding Drake London. Let's go. Drake London, 30-yard reception. Let's go. All right. And 1st and goal for Atlanta. Not sure what happened there. They are showing, and they hit Drake London again. Nice. All right, 1st and goal for Atlanta. Looks They're in the red zone. Handoff. Nothing there. Oh, but he breaks free in the tackle and he gets in the end zone. Bijan Robinson. Touchdown. They had him backed up. But sloppy tackling. Bijan Robinson for the touchdown. Bijan Robinson for the touchdown. There you go. There you go. Awesome. 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 All right, you got 1st and 10 for the Bills. Nothing there. Wow. That was awesome. Bijan Robinson getting his touchdown. Bijan Robinson getting his touchdown. That's great. That is great, great, great. All right, so got some exciting football. Hopefully this continues. All right. We got Buffalo looking to score. Breaking free. Fumbles the ball. But he got it. Whew. That was close. That was close. Sheesh. All right. They're showing Justin Herbert and team trying to convert on 3rd down. Could not do it. And we got the Chargers setting up for a field goal. And field goal is good, so Chargers are up 3-0. Chargers are up 3-0. All right. So here we go. We got 3rd and 2. Buffalo. Josh Allen gets the first down. Josh Allen gets the first down. Nice. All right. They're showing 3rd and long for Caleb Williams. He fires deep and overthrows DJ Moore. All right. Wow. All right, so we have, oh no, Calvin Ridley injured. He just got back from injury and he's injured again. Wow, Calvin Ridley. Oh no. No, no, no. He's being carted off the field. That's not good. So 1st and 10 for Buffalo here. They are not using James Cook. I don't know what's going on. I do not know what's going on. Ty Johnson is running right now. Wow. Allen. Incomplete on 2nd and 1. Trying a quick slant for a touchdown. Not there. Not there. All right. You got very close for a first down for Tennessee. 3rd and 1 here. Josh Allen on the 2-yard line. Let's go. Tush push. Easy money. Josh Allen. Touchdown. Let's go. Let's go. Celebrations. Josh Allen with the touchdown. Wow. Josh Allen with the touchdown. Let's go. Here, where's his player card? Where's his player card? On the quarterback sneak. On the quarterback sneak, Josh Allen for the touchdown. There you go. His 8th rushing touchdown this season. Josh Allen, basically a running back and quarterback in the same position. He makes up for that interception in his own end zone with this drive. So there we go. Buccaneers 3-7. All right, we're showing 3rd and 9 for Jameis Winston. Throwing for it and almost picked off. Almost picked off. All right, so the Bucs will be taking over down 3-7. This is going to be a great game, I hope. Hope it will be a great game. All right, we got a flag going. All right, neutral zone infraction. They're showing the Steelers taking back over the possession in their game after a T. Higgins touchdown. So T. Higgins, shout out Joe Flacco, still playing like he is in his prime. Still playing like this man is in his prime. But here we go. 2nd and 5 for the Steelers. Hand off to Warren, and he gets about 4. All right, let's see. Where is this to update the score? Boom. All right, we got the score updated here. 7-3 for the Bills. Don't forget to vote on the game. Who's going to win, the Bucs or the Bills? And we got 3rd and 2 right now for Pittsburgh and team. Seeing if they can respond after a T. Higgins touchdown. Kenneth Gainwell got the touchdown for Pittsburgh. Kenneth Gainwell's in the backfield on 3rd and 2. And here we go. Handoff. He will be short. I don't know why they would run Kenneth Gainwell rather than Jaylen Warren in a position where it's crunch football. Kenneth Gainwell's not built for that. J.J. McCarthy, they're showing. And he finally gets Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson, been looking for his usage. I know people are looking for him to have a good game. So J.J. McCarthy hitting his man. There you go. All right, let's turn this brightness down just a bit. I didn't see I look like freaking chalk out here. All right, hopefully. All right. Wow, they gave the 4th down conversion to the Steelers. Everybody thought that did not make it. They did. They did the sneak. The Bengals thought they got it. We shall see. Oh, okay. It says stream is lagging. Let me know. Should have been fixed. Okay. So we got 2nd and 9 for the Vikings right now, who are marching into the green zone. They are in the red zone right now, are the Vikings, on the 16-yard line against the Bears. Man in motion, 2nd and 9. Justin Jefferson in motion, looking his way, nothing there. Looking up the middle, finding his man for a gain of about 3. Carolina Panthers. Oh, Bryce Young got injured on a sack. Uh-oh. Bryce Young suffered an injury. Oh, no. We'll see what happens after that. We don't know exactly what happened, but here we go. We got Tootin breaking free for a 1st down, close to the end zone for the Jaguars against the Chargers. We got 3rd and 6 here for the Vikings. Let's see what they can do. Floating it, trying to hit Aaron Jones slightly high. No good. It's going to be 4th and 6. The Vikings will probably take a field goal here. We got Bayshaw Tootin running for the Jaguars against the Chargers. 1st and goal opportunity here for the Jaguars. Bayshaw Tootin still in the backfield. Here we go. This was supposed to be Travis Etienne's opportunity, but they have Bayshaw Tootin in, and he's going to get it. Touchdown. That sucks for the Travis Etienne owners. There goes the touchdown for Bayshaw Tootin. Nobody started Bayshaw Tootin. There goes the field goal is up and in for Minnesota. There you go. All right, so we had a touchdown for Bayshaw Tootin. Gonna say it one more time. There you go. to all you Jaguars fans. And then we had a field goal good for the Vikings. We had a injury on Bryce Young, so we'll have to stay tuned on that one. But Bryce Young got injured on this last drive. So I think Andy Dalton should probably be in as the backup. So we'll see what happens in that game. That one is questionable to say the least, right? We have let's see what else is going on. We have a challenge by Cincinnati because the Steelers went for it on 4th and 1 with the sneak, and Cincinnati is saying they did not have the line to gain. So everybody is on their edge to see they could not overturn it. So this is 1st and 10 for Pittsburgh. And here we go. Kenneth Gainwell still on the field. Interesting. All right, 3rd and 2. They're showing Baker Mayfield and the Bucks. 3rd and 2, past midfield, 42-yard line. Baker kept it himself, and he's got room. And he's got the first down and more. There you go. They're showing Tennessee at 3rd and 13, trying to set up a screen. And Tajay Spears gets 15 yards, the first down. Wow. Baker Mayfield, 1st and 10, inside the 30, marching on the red zone against these Bills. He's looking, firing. Rashad White, it looked like maybe, for a gain of like 3 or 4. They're showing the Packers trying to get across midfield. Fakes, and he flips the end around, and he's got it. 17 yards and a first down for the Green Bay Packers. Down 7-0. The Bucks are down 3. The Bucks are down here. All right, here it goes. All right, they're showing a neutral zone infraction. They're showing a neutral zone infraction. Jordan Love is going back as well. Suffers an injury. Wow. Jordan Love going in the medical tent. That's not good, too. 2nd and 5 for Atlanta. Game is tied 7-7. They're showing Bijan Robinson breaking tackles as always and getting the edge, and a big 20-yard run. As always, Bijan Robinson getting his. Much love to everybody. They're showing 3rd and 8 with Aaron Rodgers. Nothing there. All right. They're showing Green Bay with their backup quarterback, Josh Jacobs. Hopefully can do what he needs to do to help his team while Jordan Love is out. Jordan Love is out right now. Oh, he gets hit in the shoulder or something. Oh, they're saying for maybe a concussion protocol for Jordan Love. 3rd and 8 for the Green Bay Packers in field goal range. He's going to keep it himself, and he's got the first down and more. Let's go. All right, in the red zone are the Green Bay Packers. We got a 56-yard field goal attempt for the Titans, and it's good. Field goal is good. 56-yarder for the Titans, and they are first on the board in their game. All right. 56-yard field goal. That was a big one. That was a big one. All right, we got Jordan Love and team. Jordan Love and team trying to. Well, it's not Jordan Love. I take that back. He's not in the game. Josh Jacobs and team. Josh Jacobs with the handoff, getting about 4 or 5. Jordan Love is going back to the locker room right now. So they're taking Jordan Love back to the locker room. If you missed it as well, in the Carolina game, they took Bryce Young with an injury as well. So we got 2 starting quarterbacks right now down, being Jordan Love and Bryce Young. In these early games, we'll see what this shakes out to be. 2nd and 4 for Green Bay, close to the goal line, close to the red zone. We got Buffalo versus Bucks. Bucks in the red zone, 2nd and 1. Here we go. Man in motion, handoff, and Rachaad White gets them the first down. So here they go, 1st and 10 for the Bucks. Inside the red zone, we got 2nd and 4 for Green Bay. Josh Jacobs in the backfield. And here we go, 2nd and 4 on the 11-yard line for Green Bay. They do not have Jordan Love in right now. Jordan Love is not playing. He is injured. We'll see if he comes back. Here it goes, under center. Play action, looking, firing, finding his man. 1st down. 1st and goal for Green Bay. And we got Tez Johnson trying something for the Bucks. Nowhere to go. It's going to be 2nd down. All right, so Tez Johnson trying to get him going. Nothing there. We got 1st and goal for Green Bay. You got to imagine that they're inside the 5 now. They're going to just hand off to Josh Jacobs 4 downs in a row if they have to try to get this touchdown. So on the 5-yard line, under center, are the Packers. Josh Jacobs in the backfield. 1st and goal and a timeout. No. The first quarter is coming to an end. Baker Mayfield and team, 2nd and 14. Here we go. Inside the red zone, looking. Mayfield looking. And he's avoiding a sack, looking for it. He's got to run for it himself. And he gets about half of it. So it'll be about 3rd and 7 when we come back. They're showing 3rd and 1 for the Bears. And DeAndre Swift getting the first down. So that is leading to the end of the first quarter for them. They are showing now, we're going to try to get 3rd and 8 here for Baker Mayfield and team. Trying to get a touchdown. They are in the red zone. They are down 3-7 here against the Bills. So here comes Baker. Here we go. We got 3rd and 8. Here it goes. Dropping back, looking, firing. Rachaad White. He's got it. Does he get it? And White gets the first down. Leans forward and gets very, very close to the first down. We'll see if they give it to them. Be about 3 yards left. And so they're showing the Bengals and Jamar Chase getting a first down in that game. So 3rd and 5, and the Bengals get the first down. Rachaad White getting basically the first down. 4th and inches, they're calling it, for the Bucks. 4th and inches. So you imagine they're going to do a quarterback sneak here. But it's a shotgun formation. And so Baker's looking, and he's going to go for it himself, and he's got it himself. Baker Mayfield, touchdown. Baker Mayfield. Look at that. Look at that. That was crazy. Baker Mayfield. Here he is. Baker Mayfield, quarterback keep. Does it himself for the touchdown. Does it himself for the touchdown. So they are now showing the Falcons in the red zone and how that they just keep handing it off and gaining major yardage here. So 1st down. But there is a flag. Tyler Algier getting a first down. All right. So we will see Jordan Love has a left shoulder injury, questionable to return. All right. They got Josh Jacobs looking like he got the touchdown. They're gonna rule him half a yard short. So Josh Jacobs half a yard short of a touchdown. But he's right there. Probably gonna give it back to him and get the touchdown, right? Gotta imagine. So Jacobs, no, stuffed. Stuffed. Gonna be 3rd down and goal. And we got 2nd and 14 now for the Falcons after being backed up 10 yards for a hold. Tyler Algier did get the 1st down, but that brought them back. Penix dropping back, looking, firing, finding Algier, and he's stuffed. It's going to be about 3rd and 10. So here we go. Let's see if Jacobs could finish this off. 3rd and goal here. Play action, faking him. Touchdown. Touchdown. Christian Watson with the touchdown. Well, we don't have Jordan Love's not playing, so we can't show him. But it goes touchdown to Green Bay, Christian Watson. I don't have Christian Watson's card either, but there you go. 3rd and 10 here for the Falcons. Dropping back. And 1st down. Tough catch. Darnell Mooney for the 1st down. So the Falcons keep that drive alive in their red zone. So now it is a 1st down. Going to be on about the 12-yard line. Good catch, Darnell Mooney holding that football. All right, 1st and 10 for the Falcons. Here they go. Let's go. 9 minutes left in the 2nd quarter. Shotgun formation. 1st and 10. Kyle Pitts in motion, looking, firing for Bijan, setting up a screen. He's got all the room, and he got a 1st down, and he's just short. Just short. Bijan Robinson, 1-yard line. All right. Bijan was so close to 2 touchdowns already. And we got Green Bay missing the extra point. Sheesh. All right, 1st and goal for Atlanta. Nothing there. Nothing there. So 2nd and goal on the 1. They're showing 3rd and 8 from Joe Flacco. Trying to get away from it. Goes incomplete. Oh, penalty marker. Roughing the passer for Joe Flacco. So he's going to get a 1st down. And Bijan gets his 2nd touchdown. Bijan Robinson, touchdown. There you go. Touchdown Bijan again. Again. Atlanta. There you go. Bijan Robinson for another touchdown. He's got 2 touchdowns. There you go, Bijan. Making up for last week. All right, Chargers are down 3-7. They're marching on the red zone now. Kamani Vidal's not in the game right now. They showed him potentially injured. So we'll have to check in on Kamani Vidal and things later. But right now it looks like he's potentially injured. We got a lot of injuries right now. We had Jordan Love getting injured. We had Calvin Ridley getting injured. Calvin Ridley getting carted off the field. Jordan Love with a shoulder injury, questionable to return. And then we have Bryce Young getting injured. Potential backup play from Andy Dalton there. 3rd and 5. Pass complete to Keenan Allen. 1st down for the Chargers. There you go. And we have Joe Flacco and team marching it down the field after a injury and or not an injury, sorry, a personal foul, a personal foul for roughing the passer, and that kept the drive going. Tried to go for Jamar Chase down the field, it was not there. So the closest one right now are the Chargers, 1st and 10. Here you go, 15-yard line, and Herbert's pass blocked, batted down at the line of scrimmage. We got here is the Chargers on the 15-yard line, 2nd and 10. Herbert throws the play away. It's going to be 3rd and 10. They're down 3-7 against the Jags. Another key injury. We have Josh Jacobs getting injured. Holy smokes, so many injuries going on this morning. Major injuries. Got my eyes like this. Hopefully everybody's okay. Hopefully everybody is okay. Wow. Josh Jacobs also getting injured. 15-yard line, 3rd and 10. Chargers dropping back. Herbert looking, avoiding a sack, getting sacked. Gonna have to be a field goal. All right. We got 3rd and 3 for the Bills across midfield right now. 43-yard line, 3rd and 3. Allen looking, nothing there, scrambling, looking, firing for the end zone. And he's got his man. Buffalo. Touchdown, Josh Allen. To Tyrell Shavers, nobody played him. So 43-yard touchdown, Josh Allen. There you go. Let's go. Josh Allen for the touchdown. Bam. Bam, bam, bam. That was nice. That was quite nice. All right. So Jaylen Warren not getting much usage. Hopefully he gets more. All right. So all right. So we got a field goal that is good. Field goal that is good for the Chargers. 3rd down and 3. Somehow the Steelers took over. I guess they had to punt it. Cincinnati had to punt it. And nothing there. Nothing there. So 4th and 3. Josh Jacobs got a knee injury. He's questionable to return. Wow, so Jordan Love and Josh Jacobs both injured. Very tough. Very tough. Bryce Young is back on the field, though, so that's good to hear for if you're a Carolina fan. That's that. Dane, how are you? Yes, can help you make a decision. You got Jared Eagles or Sam Darnold against the Rams, and you're basically asking me who should you play, Jared Goff or Sam Darnold? Oh man, that's a great question. So I think you're right to question this because both these guys are probably very close in a lot of rankings. When we look at things, Jared Goff is away. They're both away. Sam Darnold is away too, right? And I think we look at, let's bring up the passing defenses, right? Let's bring up the passing defenses right here, right? So you got you got the passing defenses here, and you got the Rams, and you got the Eagles. So I think when you look at this, you look at um both of these defenses, right? The Eagles and Rams both being known to be decent defenses at times, right? Both of them known to be decent defenses. The Rams are offering up 2,100 yards and 12 touchdowns, so about 200 yards a game and a little more than a touchdown a game, but roughly at 1.3 touchdowns a game, 1.2 touchdowns a game. Right, and we got the Eagles defense who is offering up only 8 touchdowns total and 1,900 yards. So the Rams are a little bit better of a matchup. I think when I look at the player profiles, right, to me, Jared Goff is a good home quarterback, but sometimes on the road is a little questionable. I think I would play Sam Darnold in this, mainly because of matchup. Both game scripts could be kind of funny, right? Both game scripts could be kind of funny, but I imagine the Eagles being able to do a little bit more and rattle Goff and keep it more of a run focused game versus the Rams being able to hold down Sam Darnold. So I think I'm playing Darnold in most situations in this. I'm playing Darnold in most situations, hoping that game is a shootout compared to Philly, right? Like Philly can be a shootout, right? But I would say there is more of a chance that Philly wants to play a slow game. It's at Philly. It is also outside. Um, and I think Goff is better in a dome and or at home. It's in a semi dome for SoFi Stadium, so Sam Darnold should, weather shouldn't be a concern, right? So I'm playing Darnold in most. I hope that helps you. Let me know if not, Dane. Let me know if you disagree. Much love to you and your team. Hopefully this helps you. And drop a like if you can. Drop a like if you can, but much appreciated. Much celebrations and love to you and your team. Hopefully you win, Dane. Hopefully you win. But that's what I would do. I think I would go Darnold in that situation. All right, let's see what else is going on. We got 4th and 21 for Carolina. They could not um, do anything on that drive, so it's going back to Atlanta. We got 4th down for the Jags, so it's going back to the Chargers unless they decide to kick a field goal here, which they might. 4th and 1, or do they go for it? Looks like that was the right idea. Trevor Lawrence could not get the ball down the field. So 4th and 1, here we go for the Jags. Snap is off, pitch is back. Can he beat the edge? He does. 1st down, Bayshaw Tootin. 1st down, Bayshaw Tootin. All right. So that keeps the Jags drive alive. That keeps the Jags drive alive. The Chargers versus the Jags. The highlight game they're showing because the Jags are trying to march it towards the red zone. They converted a 4th down. Jordan Love is back on the field. So that's good to hear if you are a Green Bay fan. All right, here we go. Jordan Love and team taking over. But don't forget, Josh Jacobs is still questionable return and hurt, and the backups are in. Dobbs with the 2nd drop. He had it. I don't know. What was that? Romeo Dobbs making some bad drops today. He's got 2 wide open catches, but nope. It's going to bring up 3rd and 7 for Green Bay. And we got Jacksonville marching in the red zone too. So 1st and 10 in the red zone for the Jags. Hand off to ETN, and he got about 8. Jordan Love and team here on 3rd and 6. Shotgun formation, down 6-7, firing up the middle. It's caught. Christian Watson, 1st down. All right, Jordan Love is back in the game. Caleb Williams and team are marching towards the red zone. So the Bears getting close to the red zone. They're down 3-0. We got Trevor Lawrence 2nd and 2 after ETN gains 8. Man in motion, handoff again. 1st down again and more. ETN brings it to the 2-yard line. So ETN and team in good scoring position here for a touchdown. 1st and goal for the Jaguars. And they're showing Bucks with the handoff getting a touchdown. Whoa. Whoa, Sean Tucker with a touchdown right there. So Tampa Bay scoring. There you go. Caleb Williams looking for Romo Dunze in the end zone, just a little too far outside. All right, and here we go. We got ETN with the fake, and he's gonna get there. Touchdown, Jacksonville. Boom. ETN, Travis Etienne with the touchdown against the Chargers. Jacksonville is leading the game now. All right. And we got Caleb Williams and team 3rd and 1 here. 3rd and 1 for Caleb Williams and team in the red zone. And 1st down. 1st down. All right. We got to update this score, this live score, because there's been so much scoring here in the Bucks versus Bills game. So Bucks are now up 17-14 against the Bills. We got Caleb Williams and team 1st and 10 against the Vikings in the red zone. Swift gets a run. So Swift getting some yards in the red zone, marching it towards that 1st down marker and the goal line. We got Houston still down 0-3 as well, trying to score. Here it goes, 8-yard line. Caleb Williams, handoff, Swift on 2nd and 5, gaining about 2. It's about to be 3rd and 3. Jordan Love and team trying to get into field goal range. Dobbs actually catches that one. Almost at the 1st down. Kyle Monungai running up, gets the 1st down. And the Bears will now have a 1st and goal on about the 2-yard line. All right, so we updated that. All right. So Kyle Monungai running powerfully down to about the 2 or 1 yard line. So here they go. 1st and goal. Kyle Monungai in the backfield. 1st and goal on the 2. Man in motion. Handoff, Monungai. Touchdown. Touchdown, handoff to Monungai. Chicago on the board with this touchdown. There you go, Chicago. There you go Manungai. Where is Manungai with the touchdown? All right. Good job, Bears. Good job, Bears. So Chicago did that. All right, so Pittsburgh making moves on this drive. Pat Fryermuth. They're showing the kickoff for the Bucks and the Bills game. The Bills field the ball. And another nifty Bills kickoff return across half field. Ray Davis getting them across midfield. All right. Curtis Samuel, very close. Josh Allen and Curtis Samuel not able to get on the same page on the downfield play. Just over Curtis Samuel's head on first down. So 2nd and 10 after that downfield pass. Here it goes. Josh Allen, shotgun formation. Looking, firing. Overhead. Nobody home. Nobody home. They're showing 3rd and 5 for the Houston Texans, taking a sack, making the Titans looking like a professional football team here. And we got Jordan Love and team making moves down the field. So here comes Green Bay. 1st and 10 in the red zone. 11-yard line for Green Bay. Here he goes. Under center, Jordan Love. And touchdown. Touchdown, Packers, Emmanuel Wilson, because Josh Jacobs is injured. Josh Jacobs is injured. So touchdown. All right, drop any questions or comments in chat. BRB bathroom break. Bathroom break. All right. We are back. We are back, y'all. Did anything cool happen while I was gone? Did anything cool happen? Looks like Cincinnati's taking over. Hoping for a shootout, and this has not been a shootout in the first half. They had some good first drives, and then it stalls out. Titans is in a lead right now. Titans are in a lead right now. All right. We got 3rd and 6. Here we go. 3rd and 6 for Cincinnati. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. Looking, finding Chase Brown, who's breaking tackles. All right. So Chase Brown getting the first. Atlanta Falcons. Drake London making a catch to make it 1st and goal. So 1st and goal for the Falcons from the 2. They're saying Chase Brown getting his team to about midfield. So here it goes. 1st and goal for the Falcons. They already have 2 touchdowns to Bijan Robinson. So what are we going to see here? Maybe Tyler Algier, Bijan Robinson, Penix dancing, looking, and he's got to throw it away. Got to toss it out of bounds. Broken play. All right, nothing there. So Manungai getting the touchdown for the Bears to put them up 7-3. JJ McCarthy looking, throwing an interception. No way. Interception. JJ McCarthy puts the Bears right into the red zone or very close to the red zone. JJ McCarthy not balling out. That is the definition of not balling out. All right, so we got Caleb Williams and team almost in the red zone on the 25-yard line. So Manungai run in, nothing there. Nothing there. All right, first and goal again for Atlanta. Looks like there was like a hold or something in the end zone. All right, and now they hand it off to Algier, who's going to get the touchdown. There you go. Touchdown, Tyler Algier. 3 rushing touchdowns against the Carolina Panthers in this game. Wow. Wow. So touchdown, Algier. So both guys get touchdowns. And we got the Bears trying to make the most of this interception. But have they done anything? No. Have they done anything yet? We shall see, right? We shall see if they can make something happen here. All right. So all right, here we go. Atlanta's got 3rd and 5. Or sorry, the Bears have 3rd and 5. 3rd and 5 for the Bears. Looking. And Caleb Williams breaking free. He was about to be sacked, and he throws it, and he actually gave his receiver a chance, but nothing there. That's going to have to be a field goal for the Bears. 4th and 7, and Justin Herbert getting slammed. However, there was a flag. 29 seconds left in the half. And oh man. Replay 4th down. Field goal for the Bears. And the Bears are now leading 10-3 against the Vikings. All right. So that happened. And the Bengals, they're showing the Bengals. Joe Flacco. Nothing there. Almost throws an interception. Almost throws an interception. All right, they're showing Jameis Winston and his Tyrone Tracy. Tyrone Tracy getting a first down and moving Jameis Winston and team over. Green Bay is up 13-7. However, here comes Jameis Winston and team almost able to potentially what's it called? Score here close to the red zone. All right. Third and 1 for the Giants, marching close to the red zone. And we got 4th and 7 for the Chargers. Jameis Winston trying to score a touchdown here. Let's see what he can do. They're in field goal range. 3rd and 1. And they quarterback sneaked it. And he's got it. And he's got more. And he's inside the 20 now. So there you go, Giants. You're down 7-13 against Green Bay, but here comes a potential scoring opportunity to take the lead. Wow, so the QB sneak got like 10 yards. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. All right, 1st and 10 in the red zone. All right, so the Chargers punted it to the 1-yard line. So the Jags are taking over on their 1-yard line in their own end zone. We're looking at the Bucs up 17-14. Baker Mayfield, nothing there. They're showing the Panthers now. 1 minute, 30 seconds left. And Teteroa McMillan's having a great game. Holy smokes. There goes Teteroa McMillan. 2nd and 8 are the Jaguars. Potential safety alert here. 1.5-yard line, 15 seconds left. Man in motion. And they're just going to QB sneak it and probably try to take this to the half. Bryce Young and team, 2nd and 4 here. 2nd and 4 for Bryce Young. Here we go. 55 seconds left. Chuba Hubbard's in the backfield. 2nd and 4, marching on the red zone, 24-yard line. Man in motion. Bryce Young stepping back to take the snap. Floats it for Chuba, who gets the first down. So we have Carolina trying to answer down 14 against the Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta has 3 touchdowns, all rushing, 2 to Bijan Robinson, 1 to Tyler Algier. Let's see what Carolina can do here. Got Carolina, 17-yard line, 1st and 10. Here you go. Takes the snap, handoff up the middle. Chuba gaining like 6 yards. So it'll be 2nd down and short. Carolina calls the timeout. 37-second left. They have all 3 timeouts. And Aaron Rodgers in the 2-minute drill. And he was about to get sacked. And he runs for it himself. That's hilarious. That is funny. Aaron Rodgers running for it himself. This is not a shootout for all that we can see. You know what I'm saying? All right. For the Giants after a foul. And we almost have Chuba. Pass interference. All right, so 1 yard line for the Giants. The Giants look like they're about to score a touchdown here, but let's see if Green Bay can make a goal line stand. It's going to be on the 1 yard line because there's a pass interference in the end zone. So here we go. Here we go. All right, 3rd and 4 for the Panthers. 32 seconds left. Empty backfield shotgun, firing for the end zone. And he was looking for Teteroa McMillan. It was not there. Very close to a second touchdown for Teteroa. Looks like they'll be taking a field goal here. All right. And we got Singletary trying to get the edge. Nothing there. Loss of a yard. It's going to be 2nd and goal from about the 2, probably. 2nd and goal from about the 2, probably. So here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see if the field goal is good. Carolina kicks it, and the field goal is good. So the Panthers are now down 10-21. 10-21. All right. And we got Singletary getting the touchdown. Singletary getting the touchdown. Touchdown, Devin Singletary. I think he has 2 touchdowns now. Wow. Against the Green Bay run defense, who would have thought? Nobody would have thought that. Wow. All right. So we got the Giants doing well. Here showing J.J. McCarthy. Oh, and J.J. McCarthy throwing... Wait, wrong one. J.J. McCarthy throwing an interception in the end zone. What? No. No. No way. The Bears looking like a good defense right now. Oh my God. All right. 1st and 10 for Pittsburgh. You got Darnell Washington, the tight end, for 31 yards. Wow. 35 seconds left in the half. Wow. All right. So we had a great play by the tight end for Pittsburgh, taking 30 yards here. Everybody wanted a shootout in that game, but that game is not even close to a shootout. All right, we got Josh Allen trying to make something happen before the half. All right. Let's see. All right. We got 1st and 10 from the 19-yard line. 35 seconds left for Pittsburgh. Shotgun formation. Kenneth Gainwell is in. Pittsburgh, nothing there. A flag. 30 seconds left. Personal foul, roughing the passer on the Bengals, half the distance to the goal, 1st down. Wow. Wow. Josh Allen, 3rd and 5, 45 seconds left at midfield. Finding Ty Johnson, who's going to break free, and he might get to the end zone. And he got it. Wow. Josh Allen. What the heck? Josh Allen, screen pass to Ty Johnson, touchdown from about 50 yards. Wow. 52 yards for Josh Allen and Buffalo Bills to go up. All right, 1st and goal from the 9 for Pittsburgh. All right. So Kenneth Gainwell still in the game. Buffalo scoring. Wow. Extra point. Wow. Score. Timeout by Pittsburgh. All right. So Buffalo now up 21-17 against the Bucks. 21-17 against the Bucks. The Steelers, 25 seconds left, have an opportunity to score. They got Kenneth Gainwell in. Rodgers, 2nd and goal, looking, firing for the end zone. Caught out of bounds by Kenneth Gainwell. All right. Nowhere to go for him in that end zone. Nowhere to go. All right, so 3rd and goal for Aaron Rodgers. Oh, extra point is blocked for the Giants. So the Packers and the Giants are still tied. They are still tied because the extra point is blocked. They're showing 9 seconds left for Bijan Robinson, and he's just getting so many yards. He is getting so many yards. All right, so we got Aaron Rodgers and team trying to score right before the half. They're showing Aaron Rodgers is hurt a little bit, holding on to his left wrist. And I don't know what's going on. Why is Kenneth Gainwell getting so much usage, you know? All right. 3rd and goal, incomplete. It's going to be 4th and goal. Probably take a field goal here. All right. They're showing Jordan Love. And somebody fumbles it? No way. The Packers, no way. No way. The Packers just fumbled it. Oh my goodness. Sterling Shepard with the 24-yard reception, trying to make a field goal or something happen before the half. Chris Boswell taking the field right now. And there goes the field goal. Field goal is good for Boswell, so they are up 10-6. Baker Mayfield and team, no timeout, 16 seconds left. Trying to score a field goal or even score a touchdown. Who knows, right? So they're looking for the Packers if there's a fumble or not. All right. Abuka's got it. Flags come down. They're basically looking to see if a Bills player touched the ball. All right, so no call reversed for the Green Bay Packers. They escape with one here. The Green Bay Packers. All right, 6 seconds on the clock for the Bills game. They got a 1st and 10, and they got the clock stopped because a Bills player touched the football. That's not good. Right. All right, so 1st and 10. 9 seconds left. 18-yard line. They're taking a shot for the end zone here. And a timeout taken by Buffalo. 9 seconds left. 30-second timeout. So 1st and 10 for the Bucks, down 17-21. Here we go. All right. So Green Bay gets sacked, so that will be done for the half there. Wow. Wow. Leading sacks come from Burns and the Giants. Him and Myles Garrett were tied, but he just got a sack on Jordan Love to take the lead. All right. So we got Baker Mayfield looking, firing. Tez Johnson out of bounds. 5 seconds on the clock. They're going to take a field goal at this point. And let's see them knock this in. Here, 2nd and 4. 5 seconds left. Chase McLaughlin. See if he could score a field goal here. So 29-yard attempt. Here he goes. Snap is off. Kick is up. It's blocked. Buffalo blocked it. Buffalo blocks it. Oh, there's a flag. Oh, no. Oh, holding on the defense. Wow. Oh, no. That is unfortunate. All right, so here it comes again. 1 second on the clock. 1st and goal. Here comes the Bucks. And the snap is off. Field goal is good. 20-21 at the half. There you go. All right, got to update the score now on the game of the day, the Bucks versus the Bills. All right. Jags are up 16 or 6-14. Jags are winning against the Chargers. This game is coming back from the half. First game back from the half. All right. We got the Jags opening possession here. The second half. So let's see what the Jags can do here. All right, here we go. 2nd and 13 are the Jags. Here we go. Dropping back. Lawrence looking. Nothing there. 3rd and 12. 3rd and 12. Big 3rd down coming. So we got big 3rd down coming for the Jags. The Jags looking like they're in control of this game, up 14-6. Would not have thought Herbert will be struggling to score some touchdowns here. Hopefully he could turn that around in the second half. So here you go. 3rd and 12. Shotgun formation. 45-yard line across midfield. And Lawrence finding his man. 1st down. Jacoby Myers. Celebrate. Catching the 1st down. So we got Jacoby Myers. 1st down. All right. So there you go. 1st down for the Jaguars. And they're showing Kansas City and Denver coming to the game for the next window. Showing ETN running. All right. Jacoby Myers. Let's see. We got 2nd down for the Jags. 2nd and 6. All right. 2nd and 6. 19-yard line. Shotgun formation. ETN in motion. Firing. And 1st down. 1st down for Jags. So Trevor Lawrence doing really good on this drive. 1st and goal. 1st and goal for the Jags. 1st and goal for the Jags. So here they go. 1st and goal. Trevor Lawrence under center. Man in motion. Handoff. ETN, gain of about 3 or 4. Gets down to about the 6-yard line. 2nd and goal. 2nd and goal. So here we go. 2nd and goal for the Jags. Right. 2nd and goal for the Jags. We are at the Jaguar Stadium right now. 2nd and goal. Tennessee and Houston is coming back from their halftime. 6-yard line, 2nd and goal. Red zone opportunity for the Jags. Here we go. Shotgun formation. Whistle blows it dead. Timeout. Timeout by Jacksonville. Timeout by Jacksonville. So 2nd and goal. 2nd and goal for them. All right. They are re-showing the interception. Wow. Wow. Back to the game. Now we're back to the game. So here it goes. Second and goal. Nothing there. It's going to be third down. Third down. All right, Tennessee going nowhere. They're up 3-0. All right. Wow. All right, so that's that. All right. Tennessee looking, getting a first down. Tennessee got a first down. All right. So Tennessee's marching the ball. 1 yard line. Here comes the empty backfield of Jacksonville in a shotgun formation. And Trevor Lawrence, quarterback, keeping it. Touchdown. Touchdown. All right. Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence keeping it himself. Touchdown. They are up 20-6 against the Chargers. Nobody would have thought the Jacksonville Jaguars would be crushing the Chargers like this. All right. So there go the Jags. There go the Jags up 21-6. The Jags are up 21-6. Trevor Lawrence, quarterback keep, and for the touchdown. There he goes. All right. Here we go. Now they're showing the Bears on their first drive up 10-3. Caleb Williams dropping back. And Odunze catching the ball. And he's surging forward. They said he was not touched on the catch, so he got to go back up. Yards after the catch, gained like some 15 yards total. So there you go for the Bears. Bears first and 10. Taking the snap, going quick. And finding Komet close to a first down. Second down and 10. Or second down and short, sorry. Odunze pushing the pile. Moving the football. So there you go. Odunze down in 3. All right. Third down and 2 now. Third down and 2 for the Chicago Bears just across midfield. Here they go. And he's got the first down. Manungai got the first down. All right, Panthers game is starting. They're showing Bryce Young firing down the field. And there he goes. Jalen Coker. First down. All right, and we got a field goal up for the Titans, who are up 6-0. Wow. Wow. Who would be thought the Titans would be leading the Houston 6-0? We got Cole Kmet getting hit again on first down, gain of about 6 maybe. We got first and 10 for the Carolina Panthers, down 10-21. Here comes Bryce Young looking, firing downfield. He's got an open man, and he's got the touchdown. Xavier Legette. Wow. Bryce Young with a throw. All right. Carolina. Bryce Young throws the touchdown to Xavier Legette. So there you go. Touchdown. Xavier Legette. All right. So you got them going for 2 here. Are the Panthers 2-point attempt. Trying to make it a 3-point game. Down 5 right now. Here comes Bryce Young. Looking, and he's dropped. No good. Attempt is no good. All right, first drive of the Bengals, and you got Chase Brown with the 35-yard rush. Taking on the Steelers. There he goes. Let's go. Chase Brown getting them towards scoring position. 35 yards on a run. All right, so 2nd and 6 now for the Flacco. 2nd and 6. Chase Brown handoff, breaking a tackle, get in the first down. Get in the first down, Chase Brown. So now we got 1st and 10 for first and 10 for the Bengals. 1st and 10 for the Bengals. Chase Brown's got 95 total yards. More than the rest of his team. Chase Brown having a good game. Here comes Joe Flacco firing. Looking for T. Higgins off his hands. Off his hands. Just slightly outside. T. Higgins really couldn't catch that one. Jordan Love, they're showing, almost getting sacked. Gets hit real hard. Jordan Love looking real tough right now. Really, really bad are the Green Bay Packers. Tied with the Giants right now. That's crazy. That is crazy. 2nd and 10 for the Bengals. Here they go, down 6-10. All right, firing, nothing there. Nothing there. 3rd and 10 for the Bengals. 3rd and 10. Noah Fant and T. Higgins right next to each other. I think a little bit of confusion and incomplete. So 3rd and 10 for the Bengals. The Houston Texans, they're showing moving across midfield, trying to score. They have 0 points. Here come the Bengals. Joe Flacco and team. 3rd and 10. Right here. Joe Flacco looking, firing. And he's got Jamar Chase short for a first down. We'll see what they decide to do there. Here comes Herbert. Nothing there for Herbert. Herbert's having a tough game too. Herbert's having a real tough game too. 3rd and 1 for Jordan Love, finding his man. Christian Watson moving past midfield. Here comes a field goal attempt for Cincinnati. 43-yard attempt by Cincinnati. 4th and 5. They kick is up. And the kick is good. Field goal is good for Cincinnati. 10-9 Steelers up. They're showing Caleb Williams. Nothing there. So they grab the face mask. No penalty. So the Bears are 4th down and a field goal attempt. 54-yard field goal is good. All right. Now they're showing the kickoff of the Atlanta And Atlanta lost the football. Carolina takes over. Carolina takes over. Wow. Ridiculous. Fumble on Atlanta special team. Fumble on Atlanta special team. Wow. First and goal for Houston. First and goal for Houston. Nothing there. First and goal for Houston. Jaden Higgins almost scored a touchdown, but they called it out at the 1 yard line. So that's how Houston is on the 1 yard line. So first and goal for Houston. First and goal went nowhere, so it's going to be second and goal. Second and goal. All right, Packers trying. Nothing there. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. All right. Josh Jacobs is ruled out for the rest of the game. Knee injury. Josh Jacobs is out rest of game, knee injury. Second and goal. Here, Jordan Love looking, firing, wide open man. Wide open man. Touchdown. Touchdown. There you go. Jordan Love. Jordan Love throwing a touchdown. Touchdown to Jordan Love. There you go. There you go. Great job. All right. Carolina is marching back down the field in the red zone after Atlanta fumbled it on their special team. Atlanta special team fumbled it. So here comes Bryce Young and team. Rico Dowdle. Nothing there. Quarterback change for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Mason Rudolph is in. Aaron Rodgers got hurt or something. Aaron Rodgers must have got hurt bad enough that they have the backup quarterback in Mason Rudolph for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Second and 6 for Rico Dowdle. Again, gain of about 3, third down. All right. Green Bay. Shanked. 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 Wow, there is some wind out there. There is some wind out there. All right. So, touchdown, Houston, Nico Collins. Touchdown. Unfortunately, I don't have the Davis Mills or Nico Collins card up, but touchdown to them. Nico Collins and Davis Mills. So there they go. They tie up the game. 4th and 1 for the Panthers, and they're looks like they're going for it in the red zone. Rico Dowdle in, Bryce Young looking, faking. Oh, it looks like he's short. Bryce Young looked like he's going to be short. What a tackle. Great stop by Atlanta's defense. Great stop. Bryce Young tried to run for it. One man to beat. Could not do it. Could not do it. They're showing 2021 Bills and Bucks. Showing Josh Allen on 3rd and 16. Just steps up. Now he has to run for it. And he flips it outside. They said it was a forward pass. He tried to lateral it, but his momentum counts it as a forward pass, they said. Wow. Darn. So flag on that one. So they're showing Aaron Rodgers getting rocked. Because Aaron Rodgers is hurt. He's questionable to return. His left hand is all messed up. He is out right now. 3rd and 7 for the Vikings. 3rd and 7. 3rd and 7 for the Vikings. Here it goes. Down 13-3, and Jefferson was the intended target. Pass was just way too high. Damn, J.J. McCarthy looking real bad. Like, really bad this game. Bayshaw Tootin getting the first down. Chargers still down 6-21. Wow, they are running all over the Chargers. The Chargers cannot get nothing going. So Bayshaw Tootin still running well. 2nd down. Wow. 2nd and 5. 2nd and 5 for Jacksonville. They are running and passing. They're just destroying the Chargers. Chargers have got nothing going. They only got 6 points. Here they go. Red zone opportunity for Jacksonville. Under center. 20-yard line. Trevor Lawrence under center. 2nd and 5. Handoff. All right. Tootin, nowhere to go there. So it's going to be 3rd down and about 5 for Jacksonville. They are in the red zone, so they can take a field goal. Chargers are just struggling right now. The Chargers are struggling for sure. So here comes Trevor Lawrence, shotgun formation. 3rd and 6. Clock is going down. Going to let the clock go all the way down. Clock goes down. It's going to be 4th quarter. Oh, man. All right. 4th and 1 for Jameis Winston. Down 19-13. And let's see what they try. Singletary. Does he get there? Looks like he might get there. I think he gets there. Wildcat formation. It almost looked like he got stopped, but I think he got through to get the first down. It looked like he was going to get short, but they just pushed that pile, just kept it going, and he got the first down. All right. So here it goes. The Giants running the football on 1st down. Singletary gain of maybe 4. So the Bucks punted. Oh, and a fumble. Wow. A fumble against the Bills. A fumble on the Bills specials team. Jeez. Jeez. You do not like to see that. So Now Tampa Bay is marching towards scoring opportunity. And Tucker's breaking free, bringing them to the red zone. Bringing them to the red zone. The Bucs are now in the red zone. Sean Tucker, 15-yard run. There you go. So, muffed, fumbled punt. Fumbled punt. Fumbled punt leads to this. So, here we go. Tucker's close to 100 yards rushing. Handoff to Sterling Shepard. All right. Showing Mason Rudolph. And first down for Pittsburgh. 3rd and 16, and Pittsburgh converts. All right. So they're showing the ability of Tampa Bay running all over this Buffalo defense. Here they go. 2nd and 3. 2nd and 3. So, handoff. Nothing there. Bottom of the screen, they're showing DK Metcalf with the catch. All right, so 3rd down for the Bucs. The Jaguars are in the red zone. All right, so Tootin getting some yards. All right, here we go. 3rd and 3 for the Bucs. Baker looking, stepping up himself, trying to get the edge, and he's got the first down. Baker Mayfield with the first down on his own feet. Getting the first down. All right, 2nd and 3 for Pittsburgh. 2nd and 3 for Pittsburgh. All right, timeout by Rudolph. Baker Mayfield and team getting the first down. 1st and goal here for Baker Mayfield and team. Here it goes. Shotgun formation. Snap is off. Rashad White. Incomplete. 2nd and goal. Cade Otton, the intended receiver, in the end zone. 2nd and goal. All right, Pittsburgh 2nd and 3. Mason Rudolph and team having to take over because Aaron Rodgers got injured. So Mason Rudolph is leading right now. 2nd and 3. Mason Rudolph plus Arthur Smith. That must be so fun. Nothing there. Sean Tucker. And he's got the touchdown. Touchdown, Sean Tucker. Bucks take the lead. Touchdown, Tucker. Handoff to Tucker. He gets the touchdown. All right, 3rd and 2 for Mason Rudolph and the Steelers here. Here we go. 3rd down and 2. Metcalf lined up right there. Looking, nobody. And he has to throw it away. Another quarterback injury. Penix is injured. Oh no. Penix got injured. Not good there. Baker Mayfield going for the 2-point. Gets stopped short. All right, so we can say field goal is good for the Steelers. They got the field goal. Field goal is good. Field goal is good. 2-point conversion for the Bucks was no good after that Sean Tucker touchdown. So Bucks are up 26-21. All right, so we got the Bucks up 26-21. After that, we got the Jaguars in potential scoring range. Here we go, 3rd and 1. 3rd and 1. Handoff to ETN, and he's got the 1. Does he got the touchdown? It's going to be short of the touchdown. It's going to be short of the touchdown, they said. It'll be on about the 1-yard line or the half-yard line for the Jags to score a touchdown. We also got the Bears in the red zone up 13-3. And so handoff, not much there. It's going to be 3rd down and about 3 for the Bears. 1-yard line here for here they go. All right. 3rd and 3. 3rd and 3. Firing, nothing there. All right. They are just showing replays of DJ Moore catching a ball, off his knees. That was kind of cool. That was kind of cool. All right. So field goal is up. Field goal is good for the Bears. So field goal is good there. ETN got stuffed. ETN gets stuffed. They went 4th and 3 for Jameis Winston. Oh. And he's got it. He's got it. He's got it. Oh, my app just crashed. Stay tuned in 1 second. My app just crashed. All right, Jaguars touchdown. They are running the Chargers. The Jags are running the Chargers right now. I did not expect this at all. All right. Here we go. The Chargers really need some help. They're showing a red zone opportunity for the Giants. So the Giants are in the red zone. It's going to be 2nd and 7. Josh Allen And the Bills, 25-yard line, so they're almost in the red zone. James Cook is the handoff. Gets about 5 or 6. Be second and about 4 for the Bills. The Giants are on the 14-yard line. So here goes. Third down. Nothing there. Swallowed at the line of scrimmage are the Giants. Nothing there. 2nd and 4 for the Bills inside the red zone. Handoff to Cook. Bottled up. It's going to be 3rd down and about 5. Loss of about 1. So nothing there. So the Panthers are doing well. So 3rd and 6 for Jameis Winston in the red zone. Firing. Screen pass. No. All right. Red zone opportunity for the Panthers. Looking for Dowdle. And he fumbles it. And they flashed off of it. Allen, nothing there. I guess they said that Rico Dowdle was down, that he didn't fumble it. All right. 4th down and 3 for Jameis Winston. Looking, sacked. Packers get the stop there. All right. Dropped. 3rd down and 6 for the 3rd down and long for the Panthers. And we got 3rd down and 6 for the Panthers. 3rd down and 6. 16 to 21. 16 to 21 here. 3rd down and 6. Oh, ball tipped. Almost intercepted in the end zone. 3rd down and 10. They're showing Joe Flacco. And broken tackles get them a 1st down. They're showing a field goal opportunity. Field goal is good. Texans take the lead. 10-6 lead. Extend that lead. Justin Herbert has turned it over again. Interception on Mr. Justin Herbert. He's having an awful game. Justin Herbert. Very, very bad. Down 28-6. Wow. And they are already in the red zone, are the Jaguars. So here he goes. Ball batted at the line of scrimmage. Going to be 2nd and 10. All right. So 2nd and 10 for the Jags. And here it goes. ETN close to a touchdown. 1st and goal. Oh, they said Touchdown. Wow. And an interception for Pittsburgh. What? Interception. Touchdown. Steelers pick 6. And then they show Jags. They show ETN. 4 touchdown. 2 big touchdowns in a row. So Joe Flacco with the interception that led to a pick 6. Oh, man. Oh, man. Extra point is good. Bengals are down 20-9 now. Third and 2. Here comes Love. No good. No good. Wow, so we saw some crazy plays just happen. And the Falcons, Panthers, field goal's good. Panthers down 19-21. They're showing the Vikings down 16-3. JJ McCarthy, no good. Just inaccurate passes, one after another. So Justin Jefferson, very frustrated. We got Kirk Cousins in because Michael Penix got injured. Handoff. Tyler Algier. Gain of about 6. Kirk Cousins is in. I don't think they have an update on Penix, but Kirk Cousins is the quarterback right now. 2nd and 5. They're probably just going to run it every single play because they do not trust Kirk Cousins. So they're showing Baker Mayfield now. Interception. Interception, Baker Mayfield. Oh, man. Interception on Baker Mayfield. They are up 26-24 against Buffalo, but he throws a crucial interception right there. Oh, man. So there you go. It was designed to crossers, Sterling Shepard and Abuka, and there was just so much coverage. Intercepted. They're showing Cam Ward on his own feet. 10-yard rush. First down. Texans are up 10-6 in that game. 1st and 10 for Buffalo, down 24-26. After an interception by Baker Mayfield. So close to the red zone. They're on the 25-yard line. The Bills are already. So here we go. Man in motion. Dropping back. Allen looking, firing. Open man. James Cook. Touchdown reception. James Cook. There you go. There you go. There you go. Buffalo. We got Josh Allen throwing to James Cook for the touchdown. Touchdown Bills. Touchdown Bills. Oh man. What a game. What a game. This is crazy. What a game. What a game. What a game. Oh my goodness. All right. 3rd down and 1. Kirk Cousins, 1st down. 1st down for the Falcons. Oh man. We are entering the witching hour. All these games are still somewhat close for the important ones. Some of them are out of range, but hopefully this Bills Bucks game continues to be a crazy game. This is an amazing game. As our spotlight, let's see if they can finish it like that. It is now the last hour of the opening games. This is the time. We got Jameis Winston down 13-19, trying to pull up the upset against the Green Bay Packers. They're down 13-19. Just getting a 1st down. Are the Giants marching it towards midfield? Jameis finding his receiver, Tyrone Tracy. So here it goes. 1st and 10, 40-yard line. Jameis Winston, shotgun formation. Takes the snap, handoff. And Tracy gains about 5. They are showing the Texans game and Cam Ward getting sacked. And a fumble. So fumble on Cam Ward. So there you go. Fumble by Cam Ward. 2nd and 5. Here comes Jameis. 1st down. Cross midfield. Handoff to Tyrone Tracy. Gets the 1st down. All right. Let's see. Let's see what we can do here. All right. We got the Bears on 3rd and 10. Winning 16-3. Caleb Williams. And he got sacked. And the punt team punts it. Miles Price from the Vikings runs it back. 42-yard punt return, bringing the Vikings into close to red zone territory. We got a field goal opportunity. Field goal is up. Field goal is good. 3rd and short. Oh my God. Carolina gets... All right. JJ McCarthy, red zone opportunity. Handoff. Jordan Mason. Wow. Touchdown handoff. Jordan Mason. Wow. What the heck is going on here? Jordan Mason. Touchdown. Jordan Mason touchdown. Bringing it to a one-possession game against the Bears. There you go. Jordan Mason with the touchdown. Jordan Mason with the touchdown. There you go. All right. Let's go. They're showing 3rd and 7. They're showing Jameis Winston getting it to the red zone against the Packers. They're only down 19-13. We got Ibuka catching a pass from Baker Mayfield. All right, so Ibuka and team trying to march it down. Buffalo is winning this game 31-26. So 3rd and 1 here. 3rd and 1 here for Tampa Bay. So here it goes. Handoff. First down. First down. First down. All right. So there we go. First down. First down. Also, the Giants are marching it down. Giants are 3rd and 2, down 13-19. Red zone opportunity. 23-yard line. Empty backfield. Here comes an end around, a pitch, and it looks like he's going to get it. He got the first down. Tyrone Tracy getting the first down, but a flag is in. All right, Atlanta. Bryce Young and team. Looking. Tedero McMillan. 29-yard reception. All right, Tedero doing major work. Doing major work. All right, so here we go. Here we go. Third and 13. Third and 13. Here it comes. Green Bay looking. Man is hit. Theo Johnson. He's short of the first down, though. That was good. That was good. It's going to be 4th and short. Do the Giants go for it on 4th and 2, or do they just kick the field goal? We got a live 4th down for Cincinnati. 4th and 1. They're going to hold it. Timeout. Timeout by the Bengals. 4th and 2. Here you go for the Giants. Winston looking, and he's got it. He's got it. Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, there's a flag down. Ramsey is going nuts. Cincinnati, Jamar Chase versus Ramsey. Giants Our first and goal, nothing there. Oh, and Jalen Ramsey gets disqualified and kicked out because he threw a punch. So it's a first down for the Bengals, and Jalen Ramsey is now ejected. All right, first and goal for the Giants while we wait for the Bengals game to settle down. And Singletary trying to push in. It's going to be short. It's going to be second and like half a yard. So it's going to be second and short. Ramsey has to leave the field now. He's been ejected. So it's now first and 10. So Jalen Ramsey ejected now. Second and goal here for Jameis Winston on the half-yard line. Quarterback sneak, and he gets it. Touchdown, Jameis Winston. Let's go. Let's go. Touchdown, Jameis. There you go. Oh, man. Tie game. Tie game. The question is, do they go for the 2 points or are they going to go for the extra point? It's a tie game. Probably the kick, right? It is windy, though. So here it goes. The Giants could take the lead right here. They have the lead. The Giants have the lead now. The Giants have the lead. The Giants have the lead. Up 20-19 now. All right. Wow, Jameis Winston. Bryce Young sacked. That was third down. Baker Mayfield on 3rd and 6 was scrambling it himself, and he's got it. He's got the first down. All right, 4th and 3 for the Jaguars. All right. All right. So incomplete pass, but turnover. So the Chargers will be able to take it. Here we go. Baker Mayfield marching on the door of the red zone. 3rd and 1. 28-yard line pass. He's got his man, Sean Tucker. And he's got a touchdown. Touchdown, Baker Mayfield. Sean Tucker. Wow. Tampa Bay. Baker Mayfield. Touchdown. Sean Tucker having a game, yo. Sean Tucker is having a game. All right. Two-point conversion attempt for Baker. They're up 32-31. Takes the snap. Fires for the end zone. He's got his man, but no good. Out of bounds. Out of bounds. Wow. Bucks are up by 1. 1 point game. Sean Tucker with the game, yo. Cairo Santos missing a 45-yard field goal, so the Vikings still have a chance. Oh my goodness. What are they doing? The Vikings have a chance to take the lead now. All right, Jameis Winston helped the Giants take a 20-19 lead over the Packers. Here we go. We got the Packers trying to march it back to take the lead. So Jordan Love and team without Josh Jacobs. 7 minutes left. Green Bay. All right, here it goes. Under center. And first down. First down for the Packers. First down for the Packers. All right. All right, here we go. And Dobbs makes a catch. First down. But they're saying it's now incomplete. Okay. Good throw. Second and 7 for the Vikings. Looking for Addison. No good. Drop. Second and 10. Jordan Love going for the shot down the field. Incomplete. It's going to be 3rd and 10. Fourth down. McCarthy can't do nothing. Here goes 3rd and 10. 3rd and 10 for the Packers. Down 19-20. Snap is off. Dropping back. Looking. Dancing. Jordan Love looking. Firing. Off the back foot. And he's got his man. It is caught. First down. First down. That was crazy. That was absolutely crazy. Off back shoulder. Oh, man. That was a great one. Cheers to that. Gonna take a scoop of MAGU for cheers to that one. That was crazy. That was quite crazy. 1st and 10 for the Packers. Cheers. All right. Emmanuel Wilson taking it down to the 5, but a flag. Holding offense. Oh, that's a costly hold. That brings that all back. The Atlanta Falcons. Man, trying Kirk Cousins? No way. Kirk Cousins sucks, dude. No good. I can't believe how much Kirk Cousins was paid and he can't do squat. So Buffalo looking. James Cook. First down, 18 yards for James Cook. All right, so Bills are down by 1. Packers down by 1. Both of them have the ball. Here come the Packers. Love finding his man. And after a 1st and 20, they'll gain some of that back. 3rd and 6 for the Bills, trying to get to midfield. Flags down. False start on the Bills. Going to be 3rd and 11. So the Bills get backed up a bit. 2nd and 8 for the Packers after a hold. They got 12 yards. So they're back to 2nd and 8 now. So here comes the Packers, down by 1. They're in field goal range. It is windy, though. So they are really, really, really trying to score a touchdown here. 48-yard field goal attempt. And it's good. Field goal is good for the Bengals. Field goal is good. That was a nail biter. That was real close. 3rd and 11. Josh Allen hits his man. What do they call? They're saying no good. They're saying Curtis Samuel did not maintain possession. So it's going to be a 4th down for the Bills. We got 3rd and 5 and a sack. So the Titans now get the ball back with 5 minutes left. All right, we got 3rd and 14 for the Bears. 6.5 minutes left. Caleb Williams dropping back, finding his man. Colston Loveland breaking tackles. All right, 1st down. Colston Loveland. Hey, no, it looks like Curtis Samuel got that 1st down. Oh, they gave it to him. They gave him the 1st down. All right, so Josh Allen and team down 1, dropping back again, firing. Open man. 1st down again. Gabe Davis brings it inside the 30. Brings it inside the 30. Let's go. Let's go. All right, so here come the Bills controlling the ball. They are down by 1. 32-31. Josh Allen and team with 10 minutes left. Marching on the red zone. 28-yard line. Shotgun formation. Pass up. No good. Incomplete. Incomplete. The Panthers game, they're showing 3rd and 4. 1st down for Bryce Young. Jalen Coker. All right. The drive is still alive. The drive is still alive. All right. Here it goes. 2nd and 7. Red zone opportunity for Jordan Love, down 19-20, finding the end zone. And he's got his man. No way. Christian Watson. Christian Watson for the touchdown. Jordan Love, touchdown. 1st and goal now for the Bills as well. Here we go. Here we go. Wow. Christian Watson with the touchdown. That was amazing. So amazing. 1st and goal for Buffalo. We got Josh Allen. Let's go. What a game. What a game. Josh Allen keeping it himself. Touchdown, Josh Allen. Let's go. Let's go. All right. And now Green Bay is up by a full touchdown as well after going for the 2-point conversion. Woo, guys, we got an amazing spotlight game here between the Bucs and the Bills. Amazing. So Bills are now going for 2. Here it goes. Under center, Josh Allen, man in motion. Fakes the handoff. Look in. Floated it too high, and him and his fullback were not in sync there. Incomplete. He had him open. He had him open. But Josh Allen just misses them. Bills up 37-32 against the Bucs. This has been an amazing spotlight game. We shall see what that turns out to be. Lurch, how are you? We'll answer your question in just a second. Just give me 1 second, please. I'm just updating this updating the score here for the Bucs and the Bills. So just give me 1 second while I do that, and then I'll answer your question. Really appreciate your patience. All right, here we go. That is updated. Okay, so let's see your question. You have to sit one. Zay Flowers, Devontae Adams, or A.J. Brown. All right, I'm playing Devontae Adams, I think, for sure. I know they're playing Seattle, but come on, right? Can you really sit them? Ravens are playing the Browns. Okay. And Lions are playing the Eagles. I think I'm sitting Zay Flowers. Let's look at these passing defenses together. Let's see. I think let me pull these passing defenses up real quick. So, I would say, the Browns in terms of matchup for Zay Flowers, right? They allow about a little, like maybe 150 yards a game, right? One of the least amount of yards. They do have 16 touchdowns against the Browns. But they are a difficult matchup, right? The Seahawks, not so good either. They allow about 33% more yardage at 2,100 yards, so about 200 yards a game, right? 13 touchdowns, so a touchdown and a third a game. Matthew Stafford, you would imagine, could get around that. So I think I'm playing Adams for sure, right? The question is basically A.J. Brown versus Zay Flowers. And I think Zay Flowers has a safer floor, quote unquote, I would say. But, the Lions, they offer 2,000 yards on the season, so almost 200 yards a game and 18 touchdowns. So a little bit better of a matchup, right, for A.J. Brown. If you look at the matchup, I do not project the Browns are going to be able to score, right? Versus you could look at the Lions and you could say, okay, these guys could probably score, right? So I think, unless you just absolutely don't need the safe floor, logic tells you to sit A.J. Brown. But I think I'm going to sit Zay Flowers based on the matchup, potential weather, and also just the opposite team's offense. I don't think Cleveland's going to score that much, but I do see Detroit being able to score, which then would need A.J. Brown. So that's how I lean the logic, but go based on your gut, right? Go based on your gut and what you need. Let's see, you're a Lions fan. You think AJ might pop off. You have Zay on the bench right now. Browns have top run defense, so figure Lamar would be passing, but don't know how long they have to pass if they whoop the Browns. Right, exactly. The Browns would have to score in order for uh the passing usage to be needed, right? And it's very limited volume on what Baltimore does on a week to week basis because it's big plays. So you look at Zay as a guaranteed 10 points and AJ Brown is either 3 or 30. I agree, right? I agree. So if you want to go for the floor, right? Floor is Zay, but upside is limited and floor might even be low, right? So I'm going Brown and Adams here, but go with your gut. Hopefully that helps you. Lurch, let me know if you disagree. It looks like you do agree for now, but drop a like if you can. It would be much appreciated. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to play your opposing players when you're a Lions fan, right? But I'm thinking with how much AJ Brown's been complaining that they're gonna force feed him the ball or something. So that's what I got for you, Lurch. Hopefully that helps. Let me know if or if not. Alexander, how are you? Start flex, Jennings, or JMO? You know, Jennings without Pearsall, I would lock him in. But with Pearsall coming back, I think there's limited opportunities there. And Arizona's defense is not that bad. Jameson Williams, he's coming up, right? More usage, touchdowns. And Dan Campbell has specifically said he's taking over play calling and he likes Jameson Williams. So I am going to roll with the momentum of Jameson Williams just because Jennings could have a good game, but we don't really know, right? We don't really know just because we're uncertain that where the target volume is going to go with Pearsall back in. So I would start JMO over Jennings. Hopefully that helps you, Alexander. Let me know if or if not. Much love to you and your teams. Drop a like if you can. Lurch says you agree. You're just hoping the Lions shut him down. Well, you're hoping that you get the points, right? But then the Lions win, right? That's what you're hoping for. But appreciate the like and sub. Much appreciated, Lurch. Much love to you and your team. Hopefully, you guys get the win here. Much celebrations to all you and your team. Thanks to you too, Alexander. Much appreciated. Drop a like before you head out. Much appreciated. All right, we got 4th and 1 for the Panthers right now. 3 minutes left. And there's a sack. There's a sack on Bryce Young. And he looks injured. Like they are going to be able to run this clock out. So looks like the sack. But Bryce Young is now hurt and injured on the floor. That is not good. Bryce Young is looking hurt. That's not good. We got JJ McCarthy and team. Drop any start sit questions for the afternoon games. Drop any questions or comments in chat. Thanks to those participating. All right, we got a first down from Addison for the Vikings to stay alive. They're down 16-10 against the Bears. The Bears, man, how bad JJ McCarthy's been playing. They should not be this close. 1st and 25 for Pittsburgh. Kenneth Gainwell, one-handed catch, 28 yards, and he's got the first down. Cincinnati's defense looking real bad. We got 2nd and 2 for the Vikings. Firing, tight end, Hawkinson, first down. Clock is going to continue to run. So they have to get a touchdown here. And Tennessee has a potential touchdown here. They are on the goal line. So here comes 1st and 10 from JJ McCarthy, firing, finding his man Naylor for a first down. They're in the red zone now. Bears are giving it up right now. But we got the what's it called? We got the Tennessee Titans in the red zone goal line opportunity right now, guys. Tennessee can potentially beat Houston here. No one thought this would happen. Down 6-13. They could tie the game with the touchdown here. So let's see what they do. We got Tennessee throw in touchdown. Touchdown. No way. Vikings score too. Yo, what is going on right now, guys? Are you guys seeing this, or am I the only one going crazy right now with these touchdowns? We have a touchdown by Tennessee right now happening. We have Cam Ward throwing a touchdown. They only have like 9 touchdowns on the entire year. But Cam Ward right now getting a touchdown here. Wow. Wow, wow. Extra points are critical here. And for the Vikings, you had JJ McCarthy to Addison and for a touchdown. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So we got the Vikings scoring a touchdown. Wow. Touchdown there. And we got Kenneth Gainwell getting 2 touchdowns. Man, this pisses me off, yo. This just makes me so mad. Why are they not using Jaylen Warren at all? And instead, Kenneth Gainwell's getting the touchdown. That is ridiculous to me. That is just ridiculous. All right. So Kenneth Gainwell getting all the usage. All the usage. All right. So everybody is entering their ending drives here. Here it goes. All right. Let's see. So the Vikings are now leading 17-16. And intercepted is the Giants, and that game is now done. That game is now done. So Kenneth Gainwell randomly getting all the carries and usage. 2 touchdowns for Kenneth Gainwell. That's so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. Oh, man. So Jameis throws an interception. Jameis throws the interception there. Jeez. And the Bears run it back into field goal range. Wow. The Bears should be able to run it down and kick a field goal here. It's going to be a long field goal. And they are showing a helmet tackle by the Bills. Have the lead and the football. And they got a face mask tackle, so they now have 1st and 10. Here we go. Handoff. Handoff to James Cook, running it up the middle, gain of about 5 or 6. All right. We got tie game, Tennessee, Houston. And we got 2nd and 7 here for the Bears. 37 seconds left, all 3 timeouts. 36-yard line. So they're definitely going to want to get closer attempt. They are down 16-17. So, geez, this is going to be crazy. 3rd down. Third down. Third down and 16 for Davis Mills and team. And he's got his man, but he's out of bounds. Oh, he brought it down inbounds. Nico Collins. I was wrong. I was wrong. All right, here they go. The Vikings need a stop here. They are up 16-17. Caleb Williams and team is under center here. Here he goes. 3rd and 8. Gets a handoff to Swift. And it's going to be close to a first down. Josh Allen and team. Touchdown. That just puts it away. Josh Allen. Touchdown. Rushing touchdown. He has a game right now. Wow. He has 6 touchdowns. 3 rushing and 3 passing. He has a crazy game. Oh my goodness. Atlanta. The Falcons kick a 50-yard field goal, and it is good. Panthers will need a touchdown. They're showing the Bengals 3 minutes, 30 seconds left. And nothing there. And they're calling that a catch and fumble and a score. So they're saying there was a fumble, return for another touchdown. They're going to look at it for the Pittsburgh. All right, this is the game for the Bears. 4 seconds left. Kick is up. And the kick is good. Holy smokes. That was hugging the edge of the left upright, and it barely sneaks in. There you go. Holy smokes. Bears win it 19-17. Wow. That was close. That was so close. Celebrations to the Bears there. Barely sneaking away with that win. All right. And the game is over. Green Bay wins. Green Bay makes them fumble it. And Green Bay barely sneaks away with that win there. Last second wins. Whew, that was close. And now we got the Houston Texans tied 13-13 here. This is crazy drama. They made it fumble for Jameis. Fumble for Jameis. That ends the game. The Bears win it. Here comes the Texans. The Texans are 2nd and 5. All right. And wow. Here they go. The Texans can now kick a game-winning field goal with 1 second left on the clock. Tied 13-13. 2 seconds left on the clock. Sorry. Tied 13-13. The Texans get to kick a field goal here to try to win it to go to 5-5. So let's see what they can do. Let us see what they can do. All right. And for the Panthers, it's going to be 4th and 4. Bryce Young is back on the field, so he is okay. 1 minute, 54 seconds left. 3rd and 2. And there goes the timeout call to try to ice the kicker for the Titans. It is tied 13-13. It is all down to a kick. The Panthers are down 19-24 to the Falcons. 4th and 4 for Bryce Young. This will basically be the ball game here. Empty backfield. Dropping back. Firing. And he's got a first down. He's got a first down. Carolina. All right. We got 3rd and 2. Field goal attempt for the Texans. Got first down for the Panthers. All right, here it goes. Here's the game. 13-13. 35-yard field goal attempt. Kick is up. Kick is good. Houston Texans win it on a field goal. Houston Texans win it on a field goal. All right, we got 1st and 10 for the Panthers. They need a full touchdown. And so here it goes. Rico Dowdle. He got a touchdown. No way. Touchdown, Rico Dowdle. No way. What is going on? This is insane. This is so insane, guys. This is crazy. Come on. You gotta love that. Rico Dowdle on the team getting the touchdown. Oh my God. That is crazy. Bryce Young passed it to Rico Dowdle for the touchdown. 40-yard touchdown. Wow. Oh no, he stepped out. He did step out. Oh, that is so close. There's some green there. Depends if they're gonna overturn that or not. Ooh, I don't know. Oh my God. That is so close. The call is touchdown right now, so you have to have definitive proof to overturn it, right? So they do have a boundary line camera to tell what happens here. It does look like the foot goes out once he pivots it. So it's gonna look like it's gonna be first down. That is gonna be close. That is very, very close. So we shall see. We shall see what they say. Minute 20 left. Ruling on the field is a touchdown. So let's see. Ruling on the field is a touchdown. I don't know. This is crazy. It is so close. I'm so glad I don't have to make this call. All right. They called it out of bounds. 1st and goal at the 10. 1st and goal at the 10, they call it. Whoa. And they just said the San Francisco is just going to punch in a Christian McCaffrey touchdown on a 1-yard rush. Touchdown, Christian McCaffrey. Arizona could not. A 98-yard punt return. McCaffrey with the touchdown. What is going on that game? First play of the game. All right, 1st and goal for the Panthers. Here they go. So Carolina taking the snap, handoff, nowhere to go. And they said loss. All right, the Rams and the Seahawks are going for it on 4th and 1, and the play's whistle dead. The Rams, 4th and 1, challenge the line to gain, I think. They basically said the runner, Kyren Williams, is he short? And it does look like he gets the first down. All right. Coach's challenge there. All right, so they will be looking at that. They will be looking at that. Carolina, 2nd and goal. Michael Penix got injured. 2nd and goal here for Carolina. All right. Here they go. 13 yards. 6 seconds. Here they go. Looking, firing. No good. 3rd and goal. Bucks are down 32-44. Baker looking. Fumbles it. Fumble on Baker Mayfield. Fumble on Baker Mayfield. All right, here we go. 3rd and goal for Carolina. Dropping back. Bryce Young looking for it himself. Firing. Tet again. Touchdown. Tetaroa McMillan. Touchdown. Bryce Young to Tetaroa McMillan. And a touchdown. There you go. There you go. Touchdown. Tetaroa McMillan. Wow. They're going for 2-point conversion. Two-point conversion. Here you go. And he's got it. Jalen Coker. 1 minute and 8 seconds left. Carolina has a lead, 27-24. Wow. This is crazy. This is crazy. So the stand called for Sean McVay. They did not get the first down on the 4th and 1. So Stafford tried, incomplete, turnover on downs. All right. Let's see. Lamar Jackson taking the field soon, and so is versus the Browns, and so is KC versus the Broncos. All right. Let's see what we got going on. We got all right, here we go. Atlanta is going to need a field goal to tie. And Falcons brought it back to almost midfield on the kickoff. So let's see. Let's see what they can do. They brought it to almost midfield. They're going to need more yardage, though. Kirk Cousins under center. Shotgun formation. Here he goes. Dropping back. Looking. Firing. He's got his man. First down. First down. Gain of 11. All right. Kirk Cousins in team. 56 seconds left. All right, here he goes. First and 10. 56 seconds left. All right, let's see what he could do here. All right. Shotgun formation. Here it goes. Dropping back. Looking, firing. Hitting Bijan Robinson for a first down. 46 seconds left. 42 seconds left. Down 3. 27-24. Penix or Cousins directing traffic. Taking the snap. Dropping back. Firing. No good. All right. Rams turned it over on downs. And Darnold firing. And he intercepted. Intercepted for the Rams. And suddenly they're back into red zone again. All right. 30 seconds left. Kirk Cousins, 2nd and 10. Here he goes. 8 seconds on the shot clock. Play clock. 5 seconds left. Snap is off. Looking. Drake London. Gain of about 7. It's going to be 3rd down. Someone's taking a timeout, I think. All right, here it goes. Clock stops. Timeout. All right, here we go. 2nd and goal for Stafford. Man in motion. I don't know. Did he get it? They were looking for... Oh, that was Blake Corum, not Kyren Williams. I thought it was Kyren Williams. Looking for the touchdown. Didn't get it. They're showing Brock Purdy now. Juwan Jennings, they're hitting him for 25 yards. All right, 3rd and 4 for Atlanta. Here you go. Looking, Cousins looking, firing. Trying for Drake London. Little too much contact. No good. It's going to be a field goal chance. They tried the knockout punch for the touchdown, but it was no good. So it's going to be a field goal attempt here for the Falcons to tie it up. They're down 27-24. This is a 45-yard field goal attempt. Let's see what they can do here. 4th and 4, 45 yards, 21 seconds left on the clock. This is the whole game. Kick is up. It is good. It almost missed. It almost missed. And it is tied. And it is tied. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. That barely snuck in there. That barely snuck in. Barely sneaking in. Jeez, that was close. All right. They're showing San Francisco driving the ball. 4 seconds on the clock. Brock Purdy, first game in a while, dropping back, firing for the end zone. George Kittle! Touchdown! George Kittle! Let's go! Let's go! Touchdown! Brock Purdy to George Kittle. All right, there you go. 4th and goal for the Rams. They turned it over on a 4th down near the end zone last time. Let's see if they could get it this time. Kyren Williams with the touchdown. Touchdown, Kyren Williams. Kyren Williams, touchdown from Stafford. So Stafford. No. It was not a pass. Sorry. Kyren Williams, touchdown. Kyren Williams, touchdown. All right. Let's see. 11 seconds for Bryce Young to try to kick a field goal. Let's see what they can do here. All right, here we go. Here we go. Bryce Young is just taking a knee. They're just taking a knee, so we're going to overtime in Panthers versus Falcons. What a exciting game. What an exciting game. Wow. Wow. All right, so the Bucks ended up losing to the Bills. Bucks ended up losing to the Bills. Wow. All right, we got everybody at breaks right now. We had the opportunity coming now for overtime between the Falcons and the Panthers. So we shall see what they can do here in this overtime. Why would they kick that way? Why wouldn't they take the first possession? The Carolina won the toss and they deferred. Interesting. Interesting. So the Falcons are going to take the field. And we are getting into the last games of the afternoon games where the Broncos will be taking on the Chiefs, and we have a member of our community going to the game. Broncos fan, Cole. So hopefully he'll have some fun. Hopefully he will have some fun at that game. They're showing most touchdowns, quarterback tight end duo in franchise history for the 49ers, and Brock Purdy and George Kittle are right there behind Vernon Davis and Alex Smith. All right, and so they're showing the Arizona Cardinals and handoff up the middle, gain of maybe 5. We'll be staying on to watch the conclusion of this Falcons Carolina game. It's just too good to not, it is, seeing this overtime just is so crazy. I gotta see it. I gotta see it, so let's see what happens in this overtime. I'm excited. All right, 2nd and 4 for Arizona while we wait. And handoff. Bam Knight, nowhere to go. It's going to be 3rd and 4. It's going to be 3rd and 4. So this is cool. 3rd down. 3rd down and 3 for Arizona. After Christian McCaffrey 1-yard touchdown after a 98-yard return, which is crazy, and then next play, George Kittle from Brock Purdy touchdown. So now we got Jacoby Brissett and team 3rd and 3. 3rd and 3. And so We will see what is going on. Way too much is happening right now. Way too much is happening. The kickoffs are happening on the last games. The kickoff is about to happen in Falcons Panthers overtime. So here comes the kickoff from the Panthers Falcons overtime. And it's going to the end zone, so it's going to be taken over. Here it comes. Kirk Cousins and team will have to move the ball. Kirk Cousins and team will have to move the ball. You will imagine, because Kirk Cousins is kind of sucking. Not kind of, really bad. They'll probably just rely on the run and just hope to get a couple checkdowns for third down conversions. I really don't imagine Kirk Cousins taking any shots down the field. Atlanta's offense is kind of conservative. I don't think they trust Kirk Cousins. Bijan Robinson's having a good game, so let's see what they decide to do here. Taking over on the 20. Here it goes. Handoff. Bijan. Gain of like maybe 4. First play for Bo Nix, and he got sacked. Insta sack against Bo Nix. So Chiefs Broncos getting started. They're showing Jerry Jeudy catching a pass. All right, 3rd and 1 for the Browns while we wait for overtime. Judkins does not get it. It's going to be 4th down. 4th and inches. That was kind of anticipated, if I'm being honest. What's up, Lex? Lex plant some trees. Redraft PPR league. Trade Charbonnet for Gadsden. I only have Loveland. Your running backs are Achan, Judkins, White, Mason, Spears, and Sharp. Yeah. I mean, you're basically not going to use Charbonnet at this point, right? So I think I would make some type of move like that, like you said. I'm not sure who is available in your league, right? In terms of tight ends. Just keep in mind, I don't think the Chargers have taken their bye yet, right? So that is something to consider, right? Other guys that come to mind, Cade Otton looking decent usage. Let me pull up the tight ends, but I think you should make some type of move, right? I think and field goal is good for Seattle. I think you should make some type of move to have a second tight end. Gadsden's a great target, I think. I would just check to see if you could get any other value as well. You're pretty, deep there, so I can, hope for you that what's it called? That Gadsden does well, but if there's other options, maybe a little higher that are available, you could do so. If there's nothing off the waiver wire, I assume when you're asking this question that your waiver wire is very, very thin. Right? I assume your waiver wire is thin and you're not able to do so. So let's see who else is there. I would say I don't know if anybody has double tight ends and you could target like a Jake Ferguson, or, somebody higher and give up something more. I don't know if Juwan Johnson's available on your waiver or able to be used, but I think he might be worth it. But yeah, otherwise Oronde Gadsden is totally fine. And you could go for it. So yes, Lex, I would take another tight end. Yes, I think that's a fine trade for you needing a tight end just to check waivers for people like Juwan Johnson or trade for someone like Cade Otton / Jake Ferguson, if someone else has two tight ends, right? So you can look for the other teams that have two tight ends, and see if you can get any better value than Gadsden. But Gadsden's good value. I'm just trying to give you, one more thought process to make sure that you exhausted all options. I hope this helps you. Drop a like if you can. But much love to you, Lex, and your team. Hopefully you do well and the trade works out in your favor. Let me know if you disagree, though. Let me know if you disagree. All right, so Bryce Young and team are taking over 2nd and 9. Looking, finding a man. And he's got an open lane inside the 15 is Carolina. And it looks like they are about to take home this win, Carolina. It looks like they're about to take home this win. All right. So Broncos taking over. All right. This is the game right here. They're just going to probably run it and then kick the field goal. Are the Carolina to win this game? All they need is a field goal. So let's see what they can do. Let's see what they can do. Bo Nix is driving it. First down. First down is the Broncos. You're welcome, Lex. You're welcome, Lex. Wishing you much celebrations and love. Appreciate you, brother. Drop a like if you can. But good luck to you. All right, handoff to Rico Dowdle. Nowhere to go on 2nd down, so it's going to be 3rd down. It is going to be 3rd down. Here we go. All right, Broncos 1st and 10. Pitching to RJ Harvey. Firing back. Almost intercepted. Pass was way too high for Bo Nix. Oh, man. Try to do a trick play and almost get it intercepted. All right, here we go. Here it goes. Off after this. Carolina versus Atlanta ending. Just want to see the final of this game. Just got to see Carolina win it. All right. Here's Bo Nix looking, finding his man, Evan Ingram. It's going to be 3rd and about 3. All right, here goes the field goal for Carolina, 4th and 5. Very easy field goal attempt, 28-yard attempt. This is for the game. And here it goes. Snap is off. Kick is up. And kick is good. The kick is good. All right, the Panthers win it. Panthers win it. All right, Panthers win it. And for the Broncos, you got them stalling out, getting sacked, Bo Nix. So it's going to be a field goal. All right, guys. Thanks so much for watching the stream. Hopefully, y'all will win your week 11. Much love to you and all. Appreciate everybody who participated. Much love and celebrations to everybody and their teams. Hopefully, you will all win. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hopefully you win. Have a great rest of your day. Bye bye.